T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GNC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MCO, hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell you I can't play with you no more. I don't know how I'm gonna do what Mama told me, my friend, the boy next door. I can't believe what people saying. You gonna let your hair hang down. I'm satisfied to sit here working all day long. You're in the darker side of town. I went Yesterday I saw you standing by the river, and weren't those tears that filled your eyes? And all the fish that lay in dirty water dying, had they got you hypnotized? Saw you kissing tiny flowers, but all that lives is born to die. And so I say to you that nothing really matters, and all you do is stand and cry. About it when all your ears have turned away. But now's the time to look and look again at what you see. Is that the way it ought to stay? That's the way it ought to be. Oh, don't you know that? Mama said that's the way it's gonna stay. Yeah.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is fly and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. All right, I got to talk about this real quick here. The title for the day today is James Bond 1MO. Always got to throw in a little something funny in there for the morning titles to get your mind thinking a little bit. And one thing that I want to show you here is I was doing a little bit of research. Bond inversions do typically show recessions in advance, and so I was doing a little historical research on. I guess it was probably Saturday or something. I think it was Saturday, and I thought, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I want to compile some of the data from 2008. I want to see what it looks like compared to now, and just kind of take all the different bond yields and see what they look like plotted out on a chart. And I could probably show you those charts maybe later. But I stumbled upon something else. I had Excel do a little bit of its own research on some of the data plots, and it popped up with two things. And so I'm going to share this with you guys real quick here. Let me see how if you guys can see this. Yeah, I guess that's good enough. I don't have to change pages here. All right, so let's just change it because it's cleaner. Yeah, it's cleaner. All right, so on the top, what you have here is this is the 2008 this is the 2008 period from basically like the beginning of 2008 to the end of 2008. It doesn't show a date range in here. All this is really showing you is the 6-month plots and the 1-month plots during that period of time, and it's showing you that there were some outliers that occurred, specific outliers that occurred, and those happened. Those little outliers right there occurred when in September when the market started having its major failure, and the bonds were the first thing to kind of flag. The same thing shows up on, but in a different, it doesn't look quite the same, but the same thing, and this was on the 1 month and the 6 month. The same thing happened on the 1 month and the 5 year. These data points right here are Thursday and Friday's data points. Those two spots right there on the 1 month were the indicating flag, and so what you ended up happening was you can see here with the 1 month down here, it flagged above a 5%. Like all the rest of the data points were all below on the scatter points for the last 9 months worth of data. That's what I pulled. I pulled 9 months worth of data, and everything was there. It also flagged, believe it or not, it flagged these 2 points right here as an outlier as well. And I look back at these 2 points, and believe it or not, hold on a second here. Let me pull up my chart. I have to look at them real quick here. I think the dates 119. Let's see here. Hold on a second. .53, 1.74. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. That's why I'm sitting here trying to look for the. Okay, the dates were 6/14 and 6/15 of 2022. And if you remember, the price of AMC had just shot up to its all-time highs on 6/1 and 6/2 of 2021. So it was like a year later, exactly a year later, we saw something very interesting happening in June, where there was this little tiny outlier, and it barely even flagged them, but it did flag these 2 points right here. And so there was something very specific that happened in June of 2022. It wasn't just 2021; it was also 2022. And so now we're looking at we're almost into June of 2023, and we're starting to see the bonds starting to do some funky stuff again. And this 1 month shooting up is pretty incredible. I did post a tweet on this weekend for those of you who may have looked at this. Let me see here if I can pull it up. So I didn't know this, but I think this is it. Give me 1 second and pull it up over the side here. But my friend Steve Moore sent me this article after I kind of notified him and I said, hey, did you see what was going on with the 1 month um, bond yield rates? And then I said when I get home, because I was at a soccer game at the time, I said when I get home I'm going to send you some charts, and I guess he couldn't wait. So he started doing some research himself and then found this article that was written here by the Wolf Richter from Wall Street, wolfstreet.com. Utter chaos at the short end of the Treasury market and at a 28-day Treasury bill auction, a deep dive. And I kind of want to read over this. I know normally I would start doing the numbers here, but let's just kind of read over this real quickly. The chaos has been going on for weeks, and then it got funny at the Treasury auction on Thursday. Back on April 20th, I marveled at the totally crazy 164 basis point spread between the 1 month and 2 month Treasury yields. The 1 month yield collapsed to 3.4% in just days from 4.8%. While the 2 month yield was just fine, ticking up past 5%. A plunging yield means that the price is surging amid huge demand. Investors were piling into this safe asset that will give them their money back in about a month, before June. What might happen in June? The U.S. might default. That was the calculus back then. Then on May 1st, Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen moved X day forward to June 1st. She warned Congress that the U.S. will default on its obligations potentially as early as of June 1st if Congress does not raise or suspend the debt limit before that time. On Thursday, May 4th, the 28-day Treasury bill auction went haywire. And this is the 1 month yield and the 2 month yield that he's got in his charts here. And you can see what happens. I mean, normally these things track along each other pretty normally. You don't see too much of a variance. And then you can see the 1 month just absolutely just driving upwards. I mean, this portion in here is all really kind of crazy. But the last 2 days is what really kind of pushed it up and over the top there on Thursday. So the auction had been scheduled well in advance. For sale would be 50 billion in 28-day Treasury bills. These bills will be issued on May 9th and mature on June 6th. So let me just show you on a chart of the 1 month yield red and the 2 month yield green, and we'll dive into the chaos of what happened in a moment. In normal times, those two lines run roughly in parallel. June 6th, of course, potentially, as Yellen would say, right smack dab after the U.S. runs out of money, when the U.S. will be potentially unable to pay investors the interest and principal on those bills that were sold at auction on Thursday, and that would be a bummer. Investors exacting their pound of flesh. Turns out lots of investors were willing to take the risk if they'd be paid adequately for taking that risk, which is how it is normally is with bonds. In total, the 50 billion auction got 126 billion in bids, of which 50 billion were accepted. But the yields were crazy. I mean, not crazy. They were very rational, very rational, given the risk of the U.S. default at around the time the bills would mature. Remember, the 1 month yield had plunged to 3.4% on April 20. By May 3rd, Wednesday, the day before the auction, it had respiked to 4.7% Thursday evening following the auction. The 1 month yield closed at 5.76. In the span of 2 weeks, the 1 month yield had spiked by 240 basis points. Investors were bidding huge amounts, 126 billion for a 50 billion auction, but at huge rates. The 50 billion in tenders that were accepted had rates at lower than 5.84%, the high rate. That's what it took to sell 50 billion in bills. That 5.84% was 114 basis points higher than the 1 month yield trade in the market the day before. 114 basis points in one day. The median rate was 550, meaning half of the competitive tenders that were accepted had bid above 5.5% and half below 5.5. All auction rates here on annual rates as if security paid interest for 360 days at this rate. I don't know how much further I want to read into this, but if you guys go to, if actually, you know what, I'll just post the link to this. Let me see here. Where did you post up another chart? He does go into the U.S. Treasury, the 1 month and 3 month yield, and then he talks about the 2008, 2009 debacle, where this is kind of where the market crashed in September of 2008, and how volatile some of the 1 month and 3 month yields got during that period of time. And I think that's this day right here where you see this like massive drop on my chart that I was showing you. That's this date right here. That one single data point was the massive drop that you saw day over day, going into the volatility of the stock market, basically, having a massive recession. So yeah, or I should say the economy having a massive recession. So we are seeing outliers. We're seeing the exact same kind of outlier type moves that they had back in 2008. The rates just are different. The amounts are different. You can see back then they were dealing in the 2 to 2.5% range, whereas now we were dealing with numbers between 4 and 5%. A lot of data points are between 4 and 5, and now all of a sudden these big spikes up over here. So big differences here. Oh, Women's Day deals. Just throwing it out there. But I'm gonna give you guys a link to this in case you want to read this on your own. I'll post this up in the comment section in case you guys want to continue reading. I did tweet it out this weekend, so if anybody happened to catch it, you can also find it there as well if you don't manage to click on it here in the chat section. But some crazy stuff going on there. Really crazy stuff. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the market within the next 28 days. We might be on for a pretty adventurous ride here. Let's take a look at our numbers. Let's get into it. I got to clean my glasses. I can't believe I read all of that without my glasses on. I was straining. Let's put these on. Probably should have done that first. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Somebody asked earlier if I had or wished me well on my weekend, and I did. I had a good weekend. Thank you very much. A lot of soccer. Oh yeah, clean glasses. I think we're good to go here. All right. Thanks, Danny. I appreciate that, man. Two different ones. I'm gonna clip them out. I'm gonna clip both of them out and do them up some bit. I wanted to work on some of this weekend, but the computer got taken over. Seth has been wanting to play some video games on the computer, so I let him take over this weekend. So I didn't get that done this weekend, but I will touch up on because I was missing sound at the first part of Cats. I'm gonna fix it up and make sure it's all good, and then I'm gonna splice out Keisha's her Rocky story, and then have that as a standalone video as well. Because historically speaking, I think those are really fun to listen to. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second. I've already logged into my broker, so I'm not going to give you guys the speech this morning. And I'm getting into these numbers late anyway, so. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with the top left-hand side, as usual. Price prediction tally points. This is not meant to be any kind of financial advice. But let's see who got the closest to getting the price prediction correct for the week. Oh, I forgot to open my calculator. I had to reboot the computer this weekend, so I got to open up my calc. Here we go, calculator. All right. So Ape closed at $1.56 and AMC at 5.89. Now I had AMC closing much higher than 5.89. I was not expecting that big drop there on AMC, but the Ape, I think I was expecting something very similar to that. $7.45 was the total combined price of AMC and Ape, which means Eric won the week. His price prediction for the week was 593 to 893. So he was off by 2 pennies. Very, very, very close on that one. So I was off by about 15 cents. Einstein was off by 6 cents. Apex was about 55 cents. So they were all really, really close, but Eric's the big winner. So let me give him his bonus points for the week. Congratulations to Eric. It's been a while since he's had a win. Short exempt volume for Friday for AMC. Let's take a look at what we had. $346.4. And on Ape, uh-oh, there we go. Ape had 58.1 thousand. AMC was down 0.51. Oops. And Ape was breaking even for the day. Utilization, let's check that real quick and see what it was. Still 100% for AMC. Let me verify the date real quick. That is correct for May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. And on Ape, utilization showing at 54.54%. That's down. Oops. That's up. Oops. 54.54. There we go. All right, Max Payne. I did just open this up earlier this morning, so it is 550. No guessing for me. 550 is going to be Max Payne for the day today, and so you can of course guess the price will try to come down to meet that 550. Let's take a look at off exchange data for the end of Friday. The final numbers for the day. We had 54.3% on off-exchange. EDGX was at 11.66. The combined total was 65.96, or about almost 2% higher than what it should be by the end of the day. CHX volume was 3.81% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.5. And that means that there was just a little over a million, almost 1.1 million shares going through CHX, which is quite a big number. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange is 45%, EDGX is 8.19, The combined total 53.19%, or about 10.81. No, yeah, 10.81% lower than what I would expect it to be by the end of the day. We have a lot of additional volume going through the New York Stock Exchange right now. And CHX volume was only 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.07, so nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume was 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so nothing unusual there as well. Institutional ownership on AMC, 132.84 million. Let me give that a quick refresh. Let's see. Last week it was 132.784, so it's a little bit up. Options. Highest amount of open interest for calls for this week is at a $6 strike. That's where it was last week. There's currently 27.8 thousand contracts. On puts, there is I don't know if you guys are seeing this or not, but there's a huge stack of options that are out of the money, just lined up below everything below $6 and down. So every 50-cent increment, there's another 20K or more down from 5.5. So we've got, but the largest amount's at a $4 strike. That's where it was last week, and there's 26.2 thousand contracts. So market suggesting a closing price somewhere around $5 by the end of the week. However, max pain is $5.50. So we may be seeing AMC dropping a little bit here. Well, I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here, move some screens around, give you some music, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, in regards to the AMC and Ape price combined, we're currently at $7.30. I'm going to zoom in on this just a tad bit here, and you can see that we tried to get the breakout of what I was kind of calling like a backside of a megaphone, kind of looking levels of support and resistance that we're crossing over, and we got that breakout like going into like Thursday night and Friday morning, and then Friday spent most of the day driving the price back down inside that wedge, that broadening kind of wedge that I have going here. So you can see we retested off of 715 once again, 715 being that very strong level of support and resistance that we've had from the past. So but it's holding up as of right now pretty decently. I'd like to see this break back above this ascending level of resistance. The key target that we're going to be looking for is breaking out of this particular Fibonacci sequence into the next Fibonacci sequence. So moving above $7.85 is going to be kind of key for us. Actually, I think it's a little bit higher than that. What is it at? Yeah, 783. It's close. 783 is combined is going to be the key target for us to try and get into that next levels of closer levels of support and resistance that are in here waiting for us at the top side. Going into the end of today, the bottom side of my level of support drops down to right about 655 combined, which is almost a full dollar below where we're currently being traded at. So there is some pressure here that could push us down and find that level of support on this lower Fibonacci retracement, kind of like in this territory right in here. It's almost like a perfect spot for a trampoline. Seeing a drop down to and retesting 663 combined and then moving back upwards is certainly in the cards. Taking a look at Ortex data. Short share interest of the free float's at 24.64%. A lot of people are always wondering where are all the new shares that are available to loan coming from, and it's always because they close out positions. Whenever you close out short interest, you end up having more shares available to be borrowed. Utilization, this is what it looks like at 100% for day number 79. 79 straight trading days in a row of 100% utilization. Let's take a look at the on loan amount, how much it changed by. You can see we've had this like massive dropping session. We were hitting 200 million shares back in April, the beginning, about a month ago. We were hitting 200 million shares on loan, and then we've had this like pretty constant return of shares that have been going on here to where now we're down to 160 million shares on loan. A lot of closing of positions going on here. And you can see that price has been rising pretty steadily as those positions have been closed out. So a lot of people ask, like, why isn't price going up? Well, it is. It is going up. It's just not as fast as you'd like to see. So what do we got here? Let me write this down. Day over day, we had about almost 10 million shares. It was 9.94 million shares returned on Friday, which is a lot of shares. Of course, Ortex is going to estimate about 3.3 million of that was in short interest that was closed, more than likely. But let's just check and see. Ortex is estimating that short share interest of the free float dropped from 25.29 down to 25.64. So we're looking at, let's see, 6.36. 0.65. Yep, 3.373 million in short interest having been returned. 3.373. Lots of short interest getting closed out right now. If somebody is absolutely afraid of their holding their short positions, now's the time to close them. On loan average age per day. What's going to be happening to this when you return shares? If they're older positions, this should be dropping, and it's rising. So again, more than likely, these are not the oldest positions that are open. Maybe some more of the medium to newer aged loans that are being closed out here, as the on loan average age per day went from 117.04 to 118.18. So mostly old positions that are, but that is 2 days of an increasing number there, guys. That means that I get to count down that 15-day timer. So, and the timer would have started on May 3rd, which means that we should see a significant increase in price by the 24th of May. Unless there's a holiday in here somewhere, then I'd have to add a day to it, but I don't think there is. Let's see here. Security lending volume day over day did increase. Went from 10.43 to 21.52. On Ape, short share interest, the free float's at 5.17. Zoom in on this just a tad bit. Utilization is up day over day. It went from 53.63 to 54.54. On loan amount decreasing from 24.37 down to 23.8. So we're looking at 0.57. So 570,000 shares haven't been returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float slightly dropping day over day from 5.21 to 5.17 as a result. On loan average age per day still skyrocketing up, 77.22 to 79.6, and security lending volume increasing from 456,000 to 3.8 million. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on Fidelity's most heavily traded stocks on Friday. AMC did make the list, and I think, yeah, these are all the orders for the day. AMC did make the list here, and we had a 66.15% buy to 33.85% sell ratio, 2-to-1 ratio in buying orders versus selling orders, and to me that's really strong. I like that. I like anything over 60-40. I think is a good buy sell ratio. Shows that retail is buying. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $5.30. I did not calculate out apes yet. Hold on one second while I do so. 1.404. Oh wait, that's right. I didn't need to because we closed out even. Let's see here. I already have it written down on my board. Shares available to borrow. As you can see, because there were so many positions that were closed out over the weekend, they had a lot of additional shares available to borrow. They did indeed borrow, let's see, 1.7 million shares, well, 1.8, and out of the ETFs, they borrowed some shares as well. Not enough to really, for me to count too many of that. So we'll just call it 1.7, 1.8, yeah, 1.8 million shares traded or borrowed for the day so far. That it is pretty excessive. Normally we see less than 1 million shares borrowed in a single day. So 1.8 million is more than what we're used to seeing. Fees are at 177.1%. For this week, we have 78.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 18.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 103.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 21.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. Next week's a big week on some of the contracts that are out there. How's the market faring this morning? VIX is down 1.07 in the futures, which means the market should be up. Most of the markets are up anywhere from, well, some are saying down a little, to being up as much as 0.31. Let's take a look at our banks in the pre-market this morning. We got a lot of big green movement here on the banks. That makes me feel so much better than how I felt on Friday. But I hope I hope the banks continue to see the green here. There was some talk. I think it might have been J.P. Morgan or somebody was saying that they felt that there might be short selling restrictions on banks to stop some of the shorting that was going on in the marketplace. Silvergate is up 6.72, PacWest up 36.46, First Horizon is up 2.47, Zion is up 5.56, Western Alliance is up 10.82. We actually have Coinbase down 2.39. Other big movers. That's it. Ethereum Classic is currently down 2.03%. Let's pull this out to a day. Getting ever so close to my breakout box here. This box breaks out on May 29th. The US dollar is currently showing down 0.13. Oil is up 1.17 in the pre-market. Although I don't know how it doesn't look like it's traded at all. Let's see here. SPY is up 0.15 in the pre-market. Tesla is up 2.28, Amazon is up 0.03, Cinemark is down 0.31, Doge is down 2.11, Bitcoin is down 1.8 at 27.9K a coin. GME is up 0.64 in the pre-market. HYMC is breaking even. NCMI is up 7.18. Hood is up 0.23. Ape is up 1.28, and AMC is down 3.06. Inflow versus outflow for AMC on Friday. We had approximately about $3.5 million more outflow than inflow. 60,000 shares traded so far this morning on AMC, which is good. I missed volume predictions on Friday horribly, absolutely just horrifically. The numbers that I had predicted was AMC to between 15 and 70 million shares traded, and we only got 28.3. So we were drastically. We did have an increase in volume, but it was only by like about 3 million shares. So not the volume that the pre-market was suggesting that we would see. Today is also suggesting additional volume in pre-market this morning. So I'm not going to change how I do my numbers, but I don't like being that wrong either. We'll take a look. I was wrong on Ape as well, by the way. Ape, I said 20 to 40 million, and we only got 10.7, which was actually down from the previous day of 12.6. So wrong on that one as well. I don't like being high on those numbers, so that was bad on my part. Volume was, like I said, is on AMC is at 60,000 shares traded so far. On a 4-hour time interval, in regards to the Vortex indicator down here and RSI, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 49.32, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 41.12, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, wait, let me go back here. Now, RSI cooled off quite a bit there from Friday to now. We were running a really hot RSI. Now not so much the case. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence forming in perhaps maybe the next hour or so. RSI is at 41.25, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, and an RSI of 59.48, which is above average. And on Ape, about $60,000 more outflow than inflow from Friday. 95,000 shares traded so far this morning. Again, today showing more elevated levels of volume than what we have been seeing in the more recent past. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 60.7, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence within the next hour, forming for more buying pressure. And RSI is at 59.03, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover on the Vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 60.88, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.82. Let me fix my RSI real quick here. Taking a look at the 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto. What's going on here? So lagging line is right at, it's about ready to break beyond going above the price line. Price did drop through a green cloud. Never fully made like a full candle below the green cloud, but did briefly drop through the thinnest portion of the cloud as possible. And now is starting to skyrocket back up. However, the conversion line is below the baseline. This doesn't really look like a buy signal yet, but if price were to go above $1.65 before the day's over, then that would keep the lagging line above price line, and it would more than likely get your conversion above base and turn this back into a buy signal. So 165 is going to be the big number that we're going to be looking for on the 1-hour charts for voice cracking. For AMC, for Ape rather. So on a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base. This has never really fully dropped down below the cloud after having broken above the cloud, but never really got a good buy signal in here at all. I mean, price was pretty much just touching on the base the entire time. To keep this a buy signal for the day-to-day, price has got to stay above 154.5. So that's going to be the target to stay above before the end of the day is out for the 4-hour chart. So I'm going to write that down. I'm just going to put 154. Staying above 154 is key. Getting above 165 creates additional buying pressure, probably large quantities. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, lagging line is now below price line. Conversion is below base. Price did get a full candle outside below the green cloud. We have a red cloud that's going to probably be forming here. If price stays below the cloud for any significant period of time, we should be seeing a red cloud forming here in for Wednesday or Tuesday night time frame. If price massively drives through back up through a green cloud, that is super, super bullish. But you got to get the lagging line above price line, which means we've got to see 620 or higher on the 1-hour chart here for continued or sustained buying pressure. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base, price is below the base. That typically means price is going to come moving downwards and try and drop through the cloud normally. So to move through the front half of this green cloud here before the end of the day today, we would have to see a price drop below 517 before the day's out. So the key for us for today, I would say, is to stay above 620 if possible, or get to 620, but stay above 517. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think 530 something is our SSR tripping point. So you can almost guess that if they're going to be heading that direction, hitting that or triggering SSR at $5.30 will probably be a big goal. On some of the more current price movement, we've been seeing rising volume and rising price. However, on Friday we saw falling price and rising volume. So I didn't like that. I didn't like seeing a reversal in that, but it does happen. All right. Let me take you guys back to 1-hour chart here. Get the Bollinger Bands back up. Where's my Bollinger Bands? Seven a.m. pokey stick of volume kicking in. I feel like these just opened up like way bigger than they should have. All right. 78,000 shares for AMC on the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, giving us a total of 142,000 shares. Typically speaking, that I would say that's probably somewhere between maybe like a 15 to 25, actually 15 to 35 million share trade a day. On Ape, pokey stick of volume coming in at 140,000 shares, giving us a grand total 236,000 shares traded for the day. It's pretty significant volume there. How much? 50, and I cut this one down just a little bit, so maybe we're looking at like 25. So I would say probably the same thing on Ape as well. 15 to 35 million in volume. Now, failure delivers don't disappear. Somebody still has to receive their shares. Bird Eye says, "Uh-oh, we're on double pokey sticks." That seems to have been happening a little bit more lately. Although this candle doesn't normally produce as much volume as the first one does, but we have been seeing a little bit more of that. I agree. Casey, if the settlement of one AMC share for every 7.5 shares, is that number based on the amount of shares of AMC held on the date of vote equals vote? No, should be based off of the of what you hold at the time of the holding of actually when they award the shares. At the time that they award the shares, you should get that awarded. And I actually haven't read through completely what was posted out there by AMC yet. I need to go through that a little bit more, but I can say ice cream that I'm pretty confident that that's the case. I did read that portion of the. Well, let me see. I don't even know what they filed. It's probably an 8K. I didn't even check to see what the filing is. Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up. I'm pretty sure it's going to be under an 8K if I'm not mistaken. But let me pull it real fast and see. Oh, it's not. Oh, there it is. There's an 8K. But that's not that's the quarterly report though. Let me go to the investors web. That's the quarterly. That's not the right one. So let me go to I guess I mean I know where I can pull this at, but I wanted to see if it's on AMC's actual website here. So let me just check it real quick here. Yeah, I don't see it here. I thought they were supposed to have it up on the website, but yeah, for in regards to the settlement, that's right. I'm looking for I don't see it like right away. I would think that would be a lot more easily found, but I'm not seeing the settlement information on the website yet. But I haven't read through it, so but I did read a portion that somebody has posted online, and it seemed pretty clear to me that this any kind of issuance of shares would be based off of what you held the day before the close of the award. No, I did not see that it was Doghead's birthday today. Hold on a second here. Let me write that down. Let me scroll back up here and see. Whew, that must have been a while back. I'm scrolling. I don't see. Oh, I see birthday. Okay, there it is. Doghead 83. Doghead, I'll toast you out for your birthday for the day today. At the end of the day. Happy birthday. Yeah, the settlement is for 7.5 to 1. I don't know who said 10 to 1. I didn't say that. The 10 to 1 is the reverse split. But I really need to read through the settlement information though first before I should. I don't know. I don't really feel too comfortable talking about it too much until I actually go through it and look at it. Which I didn't do this weekend. I had a lot of other family stuff going on this weekend. We had soccer games and a lot of other stuff that we were doing, so I haven't had a chance to take a look at it at all. How many pages is it? I haven't pulled it up at all. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure that somebody's already posted the link in the Discord as well too. Because I think I even retweeted it. Okay, here's the notice. Oh, it's under financial performance. If you go to the shareholder meeting information under financial performance on their website, it actually has it listed there. How many pages is this thing? Oh my gosh. 24 pages. All right, looks like I got some homework to do for tonight. I'll have to go through this and take a good look at it and see what I think based off this 24 pages that we've got going on here. Which does include, and I can just give you guys this link as well. I mean, it doesn't hurt to Copy link address. Oh no. I just closed out YouTube. I don't think that ends it though. Let's see here. Luckily that doesn't end YouTube. It doesn't end the stream, I don't think. So that's the link right there to, in case you guys wanted to see it's called the Notice of Pending a Stockholder Class Action and Proposed Settlement Hearing, and Right to Appear. They've got all the information is there. It's all listed. Stipulation agreement of compromise, settlement, and release. Defendant's brief in support of proposed settlement. Form for in-person objectors to send to the court. Letter from the court to AMC stockholders. Plaintiff's opening brief in support of settlement award of attorney fees and expenses and incentive awards. Verified stockholder class action complaint. Also, I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but AMC is suing insurance companies who were supposed to pay out the attorney's fees. Apparently, they're not paying. So apparently, AMC is filing a suit with multiple insurance companies to get that enforced. I'm not really paying that much of attention to the court case. It's not something that I'm really concerned about. I don't feel like, I mean, there's going to be an eventual outcome on it, but it doesn't really, I don't think it, all it does is impact the time frame by which the conversion and the reverse split happens. And so if there's anything that I'm more worried about than anything is how long is that going to take? And that's about it. The rest of it's just kind of noise, in my opinion. I'm not really too concerned about this. Let's see here. Yeah, it does show the compensation 7.5 on page 5. I'll go through this later tonight, and then if there's anything specifically that I want to mention, I'll mention it tomorrow. I don't think that I'll be putting in a letter of support. I don't have any need to want to show up to the court to talk. I don't think the support side of the case is already being managed by the plaintiffs. So in regards to filing a support letter, I just don't see a need from me. We've already got representation. Einstein's going 569 to 869. Gotcha down. Hold on 1 second here. Got you down, sir. Thank you. I'm not sure, Ice Cream. I don't know. Bird Eye says September of 2008, SEC banned short selling on financial institutes. We need Bank of AMC now. Yeah, did that help them? I don't know. I don't know that I would say that it did, but by the way, I had pulled up the CME, the FOMC CME FedWatch tool to kind of see what the predictions are for the next rate hikes, just because I wanted to see what it was looking like. Believe it or not, it's starting to. It was in the 90 percentile earlier this weekend when I pulled it up. I just pulled it right now. There's only an 83.4. I say only. There's an 83.4% chance that the rates will not be hiked, and it will have just like a a cooling off period here where rates stay the same, but there's a 16.6% chance at another 25 basis points. So that 25 extra or additional basis points is starting to grow the chances of that. So we'll see what happens. Trevor says Guardians of the Galaxy did 282 million global debut, and I've heard it's absolutely great. From a lot of people that I've been reading them coming back, they say it's the best out of all the movies for Guardian of the Galaxy. So that's impressive. Apparently it's doing really, really well for itself. I asked the kids if they wanted to go see a movie this weekend, and the only one that they kind of wanted to really see was Guardians of the Galaxy, and I said, but your mom wants to see that, and she's working tonight. So I was like, we can't go without your mom. We got to wait for on that one. I'm like, that's you can't do that to somebody who's working. So we're holding off on that, especially with it being as sounding as good as it is. So we're gonna have to hold off on that one until. But the kids, I asked them, I said, is there any other movies that are out that you want to see? And they're like, nah. So we'll have to go see that maybe this next weekend. Novocaine says, loved Guardians. It wasn't quite as comedic as the others. I recall you mentioning the previews looked intense. It was. My wife said a lot of feels. Uh, no, no spoiler alerts, right? Novocaine. It's gonna be a feeler. All right, I'm ready for it. I can take it. I'm gonna try. I'll try not shedding any tears. I'm not gonna sweat from my eyes. There's no crying in baseball. You know what, Funky Pizza? Maybe we should do it right now. Maybe we should do it right now. I got like 10 minutes. My wife says I haven't seen all the original Guardians of the Galaxy, so I don't know where you got that from. I don't. I didn't say you saw them all. I'm just saying there's no way we're gonna go to a movie without you. That wasn't, if it's supposed to be a really good movie, I'm not gonna go without you because then you probably won't see it. I don't want to take everybody to go see it without you. My wife's coming in going like, you should. I think she's saying like we should have gone. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Ben says I'm going to watch it Saturday with Silverback in Berlin. That's right. He's going to Germany. He's going to go watch some. He's going to go watch the movie with. Well, I guess just anybody who wants to go to the movie with him. What was I going to pull up? Oh yeah, yeah. Pizza's song. So Funky Pizza Records wrote a song, and he sent it to me, and actually sent me quite a few songs, and I'm gonna play one of his songs here. And he said he dedicated this one. Oh, actually, I should just read what he said. Uh, Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up here. It was really funny because I saw a post that he had put up about some songs that he had done, and I said like, I remember you telling me about these. Like, send me the song that you did. And he's like, I already did send it to you, and I was like, really? So I went to my DMs, and then sure enough, he sent it to me, and I even put a thumbs up in there. I'm telling you guys, if it gets buried in my DMs, and I just never end up seeing it again, sometimes if it's like, especially like over a weekend or something. Luckily, it was only April 30th that he sent it to me, so it was only like a month and 10 days or so. But let's listen to this real quick here. Integrity is the name of the song. Funky Pizza Records did this. Hold up a second here. I might have to, let's see if this will play. Last time when I did this kind of file format with another song, it kind of got disrupted like midway through the song here. So let me see we'll see what happens. Here we go. If it gets disrupted, I apologize, but here we go. Funky Pizza Records with Integrity. Oh, that's definitely funky. Now I got questions. I gotta ask you a question here, Funky Pizza Records. I love it. That was a great song. First question: Was that a drum kit that you added in there, like just a demo drum kit kind of thing, or was it something that you actually played? Because it sounds like a kit to me, but if it's not a kit and you actually played that or had somebody play that, that's pretty good. But I was just kind of curious. But that was great, man. Loved it. That is very fun. That's actually the first time I heard it. I had not played it in advance because I wanted to hear it live with the rest of you guys. So that was really cool. Integrity. Integrity. All right. It's about break time for me. Let's see what Pizza Record says here. Funky Pizza Record. And he actually sent me a little more than just that, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I think he might have sent me some other ones as well. Or actually, you didn't send them to me. You may have they may have just been on your. That's the other thing I want to ask you, I guess. Should I share your Twitch account information, or do you want to just remain anonymous? Dylan says your break is always when I get up. Where did he go? Where did he go? He's here. Okay. It is a kit. It's samples from Your Truck by George Slepik. I did all the guitars, bass mixing, and mastering. You can share my info. Okay, cool. So let me put this up here for you guys. If you guys aren't following Funky Pizza Records, let me hold on a second here. I gotta copy it. Copy. Come on. Copy link. There we go. So this is a link to Funky Pizza Records profile on Twitter. If it will pop up. What the heck? Come on. Holy cow. My cow. Holy cow, my computer didn't like that at all. It really did not want to just copy that. No, it didn't copy. Why didn't it copy? Let's try that again. Okay, that seemed to have worked. If you check out his profile, he's got some more songs, but Integrity's it's pinned to the top of his profile. So anytime you want some funky funkadelics, there you go. It's pretty sweet, man. And then Funky, I have not looked at your profile. This is my first time running through it. I just gotta show this. Did you tweet this? Yeah, I think you retweeted this. I gotta share this. This is too funny. He retweeted. He retweeted out the real dangers of marijuana. Mac and cheese, chives, bacon, in a hoagie roll with a massive bratwurst, probably. That thing is just, oh, that's a gut buster. Nice. Very, very nice. He's got a sense of humor and he's got funkadelicness going on. Funkadelic, funkadeliclicious, funkadelicious. That's almost hard to say. It's definitely hard to say. Jathan says funky funkadelics. Is that a technological term? I don't know where I would love to say that I came up with that, but Funkadelics came from someplace else. It might have actually been a name of a group somewhere that I heard. I would love to be able to take credit for saying, oh no, I just made it up on the fly, but no, Funkadelics. Pretty sure there's a group out there called Funkadelics or something like that. Yeah, there's looks like there's more than one. There's more than one group out there called Funkadelic. It's just kind of a thing. Hazel's saying Bitcoin's going down. I think Bird Eye was talking about it earlier. It's down 2.07%. It's not really tanking, I would say, but let's take a look at Bitcoin here real fast since we're talking about it. We're about 2 or 3 days into where I felt like we should see price running at around 26.6. It was supposed to complete what was starting to look to me like a head and shoulders type pattern. So, and then we got this like weird, we got kind of this push down earlier than I would have anticipated, and then a correction back, almost back up to where it was supposed to be. And so if this was like some kind of like weird need for collateral during this period of time, and maybe so it was unexpected or something. I don't have no idea, but there may have been like a 4 or 5 day period in here where we saw like just kind of like this weird dip. Dipping below 28.7 is kind of a key. This is a key level of support and resistance that has been held for quite a while. So seeing a drop below this, I would think that we're going to see some consolidation. If this does drop below this line right here at about 26.9, I think we'll see some consolidation probably around 26.9 to perhaps maybe like 25.3. So if it does drop down here, if it's 5 days behind, 1, 2, 3, I kind of think it's like maybe 2 days away from seeing that drop down into that range that I just mentioned, anywhere between 25.3 and 26.9, probably about 5 days out from or 2 days out from now. So I don't think it's dropping too hard, not too fast. All right, it's time for me to take a break. Hey, Funky Pizza Records, no, thank you for sharing your music with us. I'm, you know how I feel about sharing music, so anytime I feel anybody's willing to share their music, you put yourself out there. Like it's very, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for here, but it's very emotional, I think, for a musician to just throw out your music for the whole world to hear, and it takes a lot of guts, believe it or not. But I'm telling you right now, Funky Pizza Records, that was some dang good funk, and I really liked the Integrity song there. Uh, I liked it. So thank you for sharing with us. Apex says my numbers are above. I got it. Going with Ape closing at 159 and AMC closing at 595 with a combined close of 754. 604 to 904 is the prediction. I don't have one yet, Apex, so I'm gonna do mine when I get back from break. I'm a little undecided for the day today so far. Absolutely, Funky. Keep them rolling, man. Keep them rolling. Yeah, that's some good funk there. Um, Let me put up the message. AMC will arrange for a cash payment in lieu of a fractional share by causing its transfer agent to aggregate and sell such fractional interests. Will this cause downward pressure? No. No, I would say not. Because it'll happen in the aftermarket hours, ice cream. It's just simply a payment in lieu of a delivery of a share, because they can't deliver a fractional share. They can only deliver a payment. So no. John says we should play that when we blast off. Yeah, we could do that. We could definitely go through and like play some of our hit songs from different musicians in the community, and then of course a little bit of Phil Collins mixed in. That would be fun. let me see here. Hold on one second. And the great thing about it is that um, no content strike for that kind of stuff. at least, at least I hope not. Anyways, hopefully none of us has. I don't know, Funky. If you got any content um, software that's blocking that, I'll probably need to put in a message saying that there was music by you in here. I should probably, or I should be asking that question all the time. Okay. All right, cool. That is apparently a thing now. I will be back at 8:15, guys. Dudes. And I'll take a look at the pre-market data one more time. We'll give it a one more run through and then kind of decide my price predictions for the day today based off of that look. Because this morning when I was looking at it, I mean, I think a lot of times it's like pretty clear or seems clear based off of what we're getting. But we have conflicting 1 hour and 4 hour charts right now, so it's a little bit more difficult for me to figure out where we're going. I have a feeling that they're going to try and drop the price um, at some point, but I don't know if they're going to run it up first and then drop it, or if it's going to be if it's just going to start the week out with the drop first, followed by like the Wednesday run that brings us back up. And that seems like the most logical to me because there is so many puts. Let me take you guys to the other page here real quick. There is so many puts that are, if you look here at a 4, 4.5, 5, and 5.5 strike, there's lots and lots of puts there. So seeing price run down to like at a very minimum breaking just below 5, maybe closing out as many puts as possible between 4.5 and 5, leading up to 5 and 5.5. And then when, of course, those puts are being closed out, you could potentially start seeing price running back up again, more shares available to borrow. The typical rinse and repeat kind of thing that we're used to seeing where we end up closing out the week back at 550 where max pain is. So, yes, there was a massive, thank you, Kyle. I forgot to mention that as part of the Bitcoin. So there was a massive withdrawal on Bitcoin over the weekend. I think it was over the weekend on Binance. Binance did suspend Bitcoin withdrawals I believe after that occurred, and it was one of the I guess supposedly based off of what I was reading, it was the largest withdrawal in historically. So a lot of people are pissed off about that right now. Alrighty, I'm heading out. I'll see you guys at 8:15. All right, I'm back, and I'm trying to look and see here where I'm thinking about going in regards to price prediction tally for the day. Um, let me see here. I think it's unusual for AMC to be heading back up. I feel like this is probably going to be, excuse me, coming back down and probably retesting at least 550, if not more. I'm going to go with a closing price on AMC to be about 548. And on Ape, Ape's actually doing a pretty good job of resisting price momentum downwards. And I think both the 4-hour and the 1-hour charts are suggesting that it may not necessarily see the drop through just quite yet. Like Ape might be coming down a little bit later. So I would go for maybe like a closing price really close to about one. Let's go 157. It could be going up. I think it's going to go up if Ape's going down. Let's do 162. So my combined closing price is going to be 710. So 560 to 860 is going to be my price prediction range. And 1 second. Let's see here. All right, that's my prediction. I've got the low end right now. I've got 560 to 860. Einstein has 569 to 869. Apex has 604 to 904. So I'm waiting on Eric. He usually texts me right at market open. So I just sent him a text too to find out. So if he doesn't change his numbers, he'll be going 593 to 893 again. So that would really that puts us pretty close. I think the spread is about a 44-cent range between high and low right now between our price predictors. So it's not too far off. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? Good morning, Maggie. Will we squeeze to 2 weeks, Maggie? 2 weeks. Glenn says, of course, it's unusual to be heading back up. Well, quite frankly, Glenn, I would rather see Ape go up than go down before any kind of reverse split and conversion. I think overall it helps the overall conversion and reverse split overall price afterwards to see Ape going up in value. So to me, that would be a good thing. The higher, the better. Boomstick, good morning to you guys. To you. Today's song, guys, I kind of chose it because I was actually looking for a different song, and then kind of stumbled upon this one, and it just I kind of was thinking along the lines of like just Zen. Today's a Zen day. Just kind of sit back and enjoy the ride. Um, as far as volume prediction for the day to day goes, I'm looking at like both AMC and Ape somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares. There's a little bit of elevated volume in pre-market, so that's good. I like seeing the fact that we're still seeing some elevated amounts of volume compared to what we have been seeing in the past. I probably should have played that Zen song from Bush, which is probably not the name of the song, but oops, sorry about that. My indicator keeps going away. Put it in there. Let's see here. How do I get this? I need that to stay up there. Hmm. Going into market open, Ape is at $1.56, or sorry, not $1.56. What am I saying? Ape is at 159, up 1.92%. AMC is down to 576, down 2.29%. And looks like we're about ready to open up this day here in about 30 seconds. Jana, good morning to you. I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a red day today, Jana. That's my thought process. I think most of the price predictors today are down from what they had from Friday. So I think the overall sentiment from price predictions for the day today is down, but we'll always be pleasantly surprised if it's up. Jay, I have no idea. I don't think there's any way for me to be able to tell. All right, let's get this day started. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MCO, hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Well, for
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell you I can't play with you no more. I don't know how I'm gonna do what Mama told me, my friend, the boy next door. I can't believe what people saying. You gonna let your hair hang down. I'm satisfied to sit here working all day long. You're in the darker side of town. When I'm out, I see you walking. Why don't your eyes see me? Could it be you found another game to play? What did Mama say to me? That's the way, oh, that's the way it ought to be. Yeah, yeah. Mama said that's the way it ought to stay. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. And yesterday I saw you standing by the river, and weren't those tears that filled your eyes? And all the fish that lay in dirty water dying, had they got you hypnotized? flowers, but all that lives is born to die. And so I say to you that nothing really matters, and all you do is stand and cry. I don't know what to say about it when all your ears have turned away. But now's the time to look and look again at what you see. Is that the way it ought to stay? That's the way it ought to be. Oh, don't you know now? Mama said that's the way it's gonna stay. Yeah.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, first things first. The title for the day is James Bond, 1MO. What does this mean? What does this mean? So there's an interesting article. I'm going to post. Actually, I should have posted this back up here for the day. Hold on one second. Let me post this up real fast here. Um, Open this. So I'm going to paste this in here. This is a little article written by Wolf Richter from the I want to say Wall Street, wolfstreet.com. And this really kind of talks in greater detail about what it is that I'm going to be talking about here. Way better than I could probably put it into words. And thank you to Steve Moore for sending this to me. I kind of wanted to do a little bit of a dive into some of the bond yields for basically like 2008 in comparison to what's happening right now. And I started to do this research starting on Saturday. And this had nothing to do with anything that I had seen. It's just something that I've been wanting to put together for a while, and so it was more happen by chance that I would kind of come across what I came across. And as I was creating this chart, I put together a scatter plot of the data, and I'm going to show you here real quickly. Let me get rid of some of these spots I'm drawing out here. I kind of noticed that some of the big trends that were kind of obvious to me were things like this is 2008 up on the top here. Let me write that in real quick. 08, and of course I can't. This is 08. Woo, and this is 23. All right, so we got 08 on the top and 23 on the bottom. And one of the things I noticed is that on the 1 month chart on AMC, or no, what am I saying, AMC, on the 1 month bond yields, there's some pretty significant jumps in what's in some of the yield percentage rates that are there. So looking into it further, I actually had Excel plot out a contrast and comparison between some of the different charts that were of all the data presentation. So all of this data in this top chart is 9 months leading up to actually it was the whole year. This is the whole year's worth of data for 2008. The data down below in the bottom chart is the last 9 months worth of data. And the reason for that is that 9 months into 2008 is when the market started kind of taking a dump in 2008 in September-ish. And so I figured like that'd be a great period of time that I should probably 9 months is probably a good time to be looking at, right? Good time range. Some of the outliers that were flagged were this right here in 2008 and this one right here. Those were the two outliers that were mentioned. One being for the 6 month and one being for the 1 month. And this flag on the one, I think this is the 1 month right here. Maybe, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the 1 month. There was this big jump, this drastic jump, and if you take a look at that article, you can see it here in 2008. I think this is the picture of it right here. There's this massive drop right here in 2008 in the rates. This like massive drop, and then it started. The volatility started becoming extremely wild, and this is when the market blew up. This is about the 19th of September time frame where it just all started blowing up on everything. The rates were much higher, but you can see they're not nearly as high as the rates are now. And so I think what we're looking for in regards to, by the way, best nutrition products, get them here. I don't know the ads. I have no idea why they are what they are. But anyways, taking a look at 1 month and 5 year, there are some outliers that stand out right now. Now, some of the outliers that are kind of being pointed out are some of these right here. Those are for the 5 year, and these are the outliers for the 1 month. And as this article explains, we've seen this like massive jump up in the 1 month charts here, and I'll show you what it looks like. This is it right here. We saw the big drop, and now we're seeing this huge spike in 1 month yields. It's insane, absolutely insane that what we saw on Thursday and Friday of last week was just this huge jump. I mean, normally Normally, you should see the 1 month and the 2 month yields kind of trending along and kind of following each other a little bit, but nope, not now. And so what a lot of people are suggesting is that about 28 days from now, or they're estimating around like June 6th, that there may be some extreme pressure in the market that we may be seeing, as discussed in this article. Janet Yellen is suggesting that the U.S. will default. Let me see. Let me go back to this. It says Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen moved X day forward to June 1st. She warned Congress that the U.S. will default, doesn't raise or suspend the debt limit before that time. So, and then on Thursday, May 4th, the 28-day Treasury bill auction went haywire, and so that would those 28 days would end on June 6th. So something's amiss, and it's looking really really crazy. And I think that plot that I had done here is kind of signifying, like if you wanted to see, if you want to do a contrast and comparison, if we could move out into the future, my guess is that maybe we'll see some data points like this, maybe similar to what we had back in 2008, as this may be kind of a sign or maybe it's going to be the other direction. Maybe the data for the next period of time, maybe it's going to move downward. I'm not sure if it's going to go up or it's going to go down. But oops, I said down and I pointed it in the wrong direction. It would actually be clustered back over here. I drew it in the wrong place. Delete, delete, delete. We might see a cluster showing up, like over here somewhere, and then followed by some more drops down here. That would be my guess. That we'll probably either see one of these two as a scenario, but the outliers there, the gap in showing that there's this massive spike is showing, and it just very similar to how it did in 2008. So something is very very close, very very close. We'll see what the market does in regards to that. Um, we're looking at it, and the interesting thing is we all know that 2 years ago on June 1st. Oh yeah, that was the other part I forgot about. The date here for these two data points that were flagged as outliers on the 5-year. This is June. These two dates right here were June. We'll pull it back up again here. June 14th and 15th of 2022, which is exactly a year after, almost exactly a year after AMC had been driving up in price. So the date on this point, this data set point back here, I'd have to take a look and see when that was. Give me 1 second, see if I can find it here. It was 53:14. Hold on a second. 174. $10.20 of 2008. So it was actually afterwards. So this data point right here came after. This point was first, I believe, and then this point was second. Let me just verify that real quick and just make absolute certain of that before I say that. 263, 286. Oh, nope, it's backwards. It's exactly backwards. This data point was second. This data point was first. This is first. This is second. I did it backwards again. What the hell? Why did I just say that backwards? Sheet 1. This data point was 263. That was 118. This was first. So they're backwards. They're the exact opposite of each other. My bad. I keep messing that up. Sorry about that. So it's the exact opposite of what it was from last time. The rates were high and went to low in 2008. Now we're seeing low first, then high. So the question is what comes next? Is it going to be back down to low again? Or what? What are we going to see here? Where are we at in contrast to before? I don't know the answer. I really don't. But this is January, and this is September. Maybe I should have gone back further in time than just 9 months or just a full year. Maybe I should have gone back 2 years. I don't know. I thought it was interesting though. Let's see here. Something happened here, and what it is ain't exactly clear. Jason says, Casey, have you seen the trailer for Oppenheimer movie? Looks really good, and it's Christopher Nolan film. I have not. I think I may have caught a back end of the trailer, Jason, but I didn't. Like somebody else was in the family was watching something, and I think I saw it because I saw Christopher Nolan in it, and I was like, oh hey, that's the guy I like so much, and I didn't get to see the whole thing, but yeah, I definitely want to see it. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 743. See, I can close that out. Maybe a little bit later today when things start kind of slowing down a little bit, we'll get a little of Funky Pizza Kitchen's Funkadelic song back in here. Oh, hold on 1 second here, guys. I got kids appointments. I think I need to take kids. We've got to take one of our kids to the doctor's today, so I gotta let me see here. I'm getting text messages finding out when I gotta do this, so I gotta look this up real quick here. Give me 1 second. Andrew, you're welcome. Sorry, just give me 1 second while I figure out what we're doing here because I can't. This text is like freaking. This is the dumbest looking text I have ever seen in my life from a doctor's office. Where's the time? All right. So it doesn't look like it's going to impact us any from here. In regards to closing for the market for the day, I should be okay because it looks like the doctor's appointment's not until after market close. So I won't have to miss anything for the day today. Let me see here. My wife just sent me the email. My gosh, these are terrible. They can't. these. Okay, 4:30. Cool. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Where are we at? Lucas says, "Hey Casey, how do you feel about the decision to have earnings before open instead of after hours? I personally like the decision, and I think we saw a huge difference, although still crime. I actually like it. I think it's a good thing. I think that the aftermarket stuff that they try to pull off, the aftermarket stunts that they pull in price movement, I think is a bunch of it's just kind of stupid. And I liked it. I thought it was how I felt like the pricing move for the day felt much more comfortable than what I'm used to seeing aftermarket hours. Bird Eye says, was just talking to some high up people. They're saying the Canadian dollar will crash 40% ish to help keep the US dollar alive. Wow. Thank you. That doesn't sound very good. I'm not sure how that would work exactly, but we got about 4 minutes here, and we'll take a look at the. We'll take a look at. Well, let's look at the U.S. dollar actually. Where is the U.S. dollar right now? Right now, it's down 0.08%. It's not. I mean, the U.S. dollar is not really doing that bad as of right now. I'm gonna put the chart up on the left-hand side here. I mean, it's not. Let's go to. It's on a daily right now. I mean, in regards to like how it's doing in contrast to like the rest of the market, it's not that bad. I'm not sure why Canada's got to get involved in this, but AMC is breaking even for the day today at $5.90. I think it was 5.89, and it's finding support on a Fibonacci retracement at $5.84. Volume is still some. What are we getting per share? The volume is falling off below 60,000 shares a minute here. Anytime volume falls to less than 60,000 shares per minute, usually they've got volume control. So nothing crazy happening there. Weekend Warrior says SEC said they have paid 279 million to whistleblower and nothing happened that we're aware of yet. It might come out a little bit later, but yeah. Mega Hulk says I heard gold might crash. See, that's that. If they this was my thought process, Mega Hulk. Put yourself in the shoes of the U.S. government. If you want to cause communism to fail, and you know that both China and Russia both went to back to a gold standard, then you would want to see the price of gold crashing because then it would cause them the most amount of pain, and you would disrupt a lot of their trading. If you were going to create, for example, a CBDC, you would force them to start trading on your new. If they wanted to continue to trade with the rest of the world, you would force them into a position where they would have to start conforming to other people, to the CBDC instead of gold. And so that was my thought process was is that I think crashing gold is really the key objective here. John, enjoy. John sent me some pictures here in a little bit of some of the banks. John, I haven't shared it yet, but he sent me some pictures of some of the banks and what their failure delivers and short exempt volume looks like. Actually, since he's maybe he's still here. Steven, I did get the songs. I haven't had a chance to play them yet. I will get to those. Let me pull up these pictures real quick here that John sent to me. Let's see here. Oh, don't use these charts for anything. Okay, never mind. I guess there's just apparently there's a bunch of short exempt volume that occurred on some of the different banks like Silvergate, Western Alliance, and then also FRC as well. But typically speaking, in order to, if you were shorting, if there's not a whole lot of liquidity in order to complete orders, that's usually what ends up happening, especially if price moves down more than 10% in a single day. Short exempt volume is usually what's used to complete orders for a short-term period of time. Glenn says the fine will be 5 million and the SEC will lose money. Probably not. I would imagine not. Did you see the SEC to ban short selling? What impact will this have on AMC? It was short selling on banks, though, wasn't it, Noah? That's what I've heard so far, and that's only rumors. I haven't heard anything more recently that stated that it was actually going to happen, but it may. It may actually happen. And what kind of impact do I think it'll have on AMC? Nothing specifically. But I know that if hedge funds were trying to make, if they were trying to make money off the loss of banks, they won't be able to do that anymore. The U.S. has to tinker with everything and every country. Ugh. Yeah, I know, Glenn. We're feeling the same way over here. We're like, can't we just focus on us? Can't we just stop focusing on the rest of the world and like make things better here? I don't know how they would do that, Bird Eye. Yeah, I just don't know. Megaholt says, do you think that they're going to use up all the shares available to borrow today? Let's see here. I'm going to say no. I don't. They've already borrowed quite a few for the day-to-day, so I don't think so. Weekend Warrior says, no, now JP Morgan said that they will ban short selling overall. What? I don't know. Oh no, Funky Pizza Records. That's terrible. I hope you're okay. I won't ask about the bird. Poor guy. I've got Tech We Love. I got 5.5 for this week. That's what I was seeing when I opened it up. I can refresh it, but oh, you know what? You might be right. Hold on a second here. No, 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 no. It's got to be 5.5. Hold on a second. It is time to take a look at the numbers anyways. So let me take you guys over to the other page. AMC is getting a good push. We're at 602 right now. Let me go over the other page here real quick here and let's give this a refresh because now that I think about it, I think I did reset this on Sunday and you're right, it is $6. Oh, I forgot to refresh it. Well, I didn't refresh it this morning because I thought I had already done it when I had opened up all the screens that I had to open up this morning. So you're right though, it is $6. Good call, good shout out. Appreciate that. So I got it wrong earlier this morning. All right, guys, let's go over these numbers real quick here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns from me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I do have to give you guys the speech two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you're setting it up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the code, you might want to use that, as it could prevent or it could allow you to still be able to have access with if something happened to your primary. And then please take pictures or screenshots or whatever it is you got to do of your portfolio so that you know what you hold in case something happens with your broker and they try to claim that's something different than what you think it should be. So don't get caught not keeping your own records of what you hold. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. Eric won the week last week with his price prediction. He was off by 2 pennies. So he got the extra bonus point to win out the week there, and that gave him 6 points for the week. So for today, he took over with his price prediction. He went to the high side. So he's got the high end, I've got the low end. I've got 560 to 860, and this is not financial advice, guys. This is just simply 4 apes trying to figure out what we think the closing price at AMC and Ape is going to be combined by the end of the day. I've got 560 to 860. Eric has 608 to 908. Apex has 604 to 904, and Einstein has 569 to 869. So Einstein and I are both at the bottom end, and Eric and Apex are at the top end here. And so far, right now, they're doing a little bit better than I think we are on these price predictions. Let's see. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Short exempt volume was up on AMC, but down on Ape. AMC had short exempt volume of 346.4 thousand shares, Ape at 58.1. Day over day price increase, AMC was down Friday by 0.51%, and Ape closed even. Utilization 100%. Ape was up from 53 something percent to 54.54%. Max pain is $6. And let's take a look at off exchange. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere around 10 to 11%, but those numbers are not that, they're much, much higher. We have 50.19% going through off exchange and 16.17% going through EDGX for a grand total 66.36%, or about 22.36% higher than it should be by this time of the morning. So extremely large quantities of volume going through off exchange this morning. CHX volume is only 102 shares, not a whole lot. On Ape, we have 54.11% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 12.61. Combined total 66.72. Again, let me refresh this because that's a really high number for what we're used to seeing. That's right. Okay, it is what it is. 66.72% going through those exchanges, or 22.72% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0. On GME, CHX volume 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.19, so nothing unusual going on there. And taking a look at institutional ownership, it was up a little bit from Friday to 132.84 million. Let me refresh it. Still the same value. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far this morning is at a $6 strike. That's where it ended at last week. There is 8.7 thousand contracts. On puts, an hour ago there was 5.5 thousand contracts. I mean, right now there's 5.5 thousand. What am I saying? The highest amount of volume right now is at a $5.50 strike. There's 3.4 thousand contracts. That's actually about the right amount of volume for what I would expect to see on a normal day. So market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between 5.5 and 6 by the end of the day today on AMC, which is outside. I was predicting a 548 close, which would be lower than that. So as of right now, the market's suggesting that I'm going to get my AMC price prediction wrong. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, give you a little bit of music here, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.54. We're retesting that level of that rising level of resistance that we've seen from the past. Getting above this and actually staying above it has been a difficult thing. What I mentioned to you guys earlier this morning is that getting that push into that next Fibonacci retracement level that I have back here is kind of key for us. We need to break out of this Fibonacci trend. If I kind of zoom out here a little bit, I can kind of show you what I'm talking about. But we spent a lot of time down here in this Fibonacci retracement zone that I've got going on, and you can see that we've struggled to get out of this for quite some time. In fact, we did have a period of time in February twice, the ending portion of February and beginning portion of March, where we tried to break out of it, but found a double top on that and ended up failing back down into the lower portion of this. Getting this, I guess some people may want to call this like gap fill for some of this price movement back here. Getting this gap fill perhaps might be a good thing for saying that there's support or suggested what's the word I want to use here? Support for seeing higher price movement. And so moving up into this next region here is going to be key. Some of the big points that we need to break through are 878 and 950 combined between AMC and Ape. As of right now, I wouldn't draw anything other than what kind of looks a little bit like a wedge, an ascending wedge on falling, what I would say is falling volume. So far this morning on AMC, we've got about 391,000 shares having been borrowed so far. It's going to have the effect of raising the short-term interest of the free float to 24.66%. Cost to borrow mins at 64.63. Average is 271.23 and max is 328.53. Let's take a look at what utilization looks like here. 100% utilization for the last 79 straight trading days. On loan amount day over day decreasing. 9.94 million shares returned on Friday. We went from 170.4 million shares on loan down to 160.46. We've had this like massive drop in on loan amounts where we were about 200 million shares on loan down to 160. So we've had about 40 million shares returned since April 11th. So basically in a month's time, we've had 40 million shares or almost a million shares returned per day. As a result, we have seen for a majority of that time seeing price movement upwards. Let's take a look at estimated short-term interest of the free float. That is dropping as well. It went from 25.29 down to 24.64. The on-loan average age per day is still rising. We did have 2 days or more of downwards momentum on the on-loan average age per day, and then 2 days of upwards momentum, which tells me that we have that kind of starts my counter, my 15-day trading counter for seeing a significant price increase incoming. So that triggered on the 3rd of May, which means that by the 24th of May, we should see a significant price increase. It's probably one of the most reliable indicators I've seen for kind of predicting a big price move incoming. Security lending volume day over day, we had a increase from 10.43 million to 21.52 million shares. On Ape, 60,000 shares having been returned so far for the day-to-day. That's going to lower. That's actually going to leave the short-term interest, the free float rate where it's at 5.17. Cost borrow min, max, and average are all the same at 8.26, as there's only been one borrowing of shares at 13.1 thousand shares borrowed. Did I say returned? Yeah, I did say returned. Okay. Taking a look at the utilization, up. Went from 53.63 to 54.54. On loan amount actually went down. Oh, by the way, on AMC, 9.94 million shares having been returned. 3.373 million of it was in short interest that was closed day over day on Friday. On Ape, the on loan amount went down with utilization going up, which usually means that more shares were found to be available to be borrowed. Less shares were available to be borrowed as shares were being returned, which means somebody's not willing to lend out as many as they were lending before. So we went from on loan amount from 24.37 million to 23.8. That's 570,000 shares returned on Ape on Friday. Short-term interest, the free float dropping as a result from 5.21 to 5.17. The on-loan average age per day is still rising, went from 77.22 to 79.6, and the security lending volume did increase from 456,000 shares to 3.8 million shares on Friday. Orders by Fidelity customers. Due to low volume on AMC, Ape, and I would presume GME as well, I would not expect to see any of those three on this list. But AMC did make the list. And we have a 62.29% buy to 37.71% sell ratio, which is not bad. Anything over 60-40 is good. I'll take it. And we're back up on that list again, too, so we're getting some exposure. SSR trigger price is at $5.30. For AMC, Ape at 1.404. Shares available to borrow is at 1.1 million shares. That does look like they've borrowed an additional 100,000 since earlier this morning. So far for the day, I've got them at 1.8 million shares borrowed. It's now 1.9. Let me just verify something. Yeah, that's correct. Fees are dropping a little bit. They were 177.1 earlier, and now they're down to 165. 165%. There's currently 78.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 18.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 103.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 21.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.38. Dow Jones is up, or down rather, 0.28, and the S&P 500 is down 0.18. We have 3,254 decliners to 2,890 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Banks, big movers. We've got, I don't even know if I should be calling this out or not. FRC. FRC is down 4.38. PacWest is up 13.85. Other big movers, Coinbase is down 4.56. And those are the biggest movers of the group. Ethereum Classic is down 2.51%. I have a feeling we'll probably come down and touch this ascending level of support at some point. Perhaps maybe before seeing it bounce back up again. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.09. Zoom in on this just a tad. Oil is up 2.58. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.3 to 0.31. And the SPY is down 0.13. VIX is starting to shoot up here. It's at 3.03%. VBR is down 0.04. VB is down 0.26. Tesla is up 0.71. Amazon is down 0.3. Cinemark is up 5.51. Doge is down 3.07. Bitcoin is down 2.25. GME is up 0.05. HYMC is down 0.37. NCMI is up 5.2. Hood is down 0.16. Ape is up 0.17. And AMC is up 1.78. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.26 million shares traded so far after 49 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 41.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares traded. I think we're on a good pace for that, hitting that so far. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.56, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a current divergence in the vortex indicator, and RSI at 58.89, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.69, which is above average, and a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. On a 5-minute interval, More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 73.47, signaling overbought. On Ape, there is approximately $10,000 more inflow than outflow. 1.94 million shares traded so far, which is actually really low volume compared to what I was thinking we would see. But that puts us on a pace for 15.13 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is really, really, really super low volume, and I was suggesting that we might see somewhere between 15 and 35 million. So we're already at the bottom end of my volume predictions for the day on Ape, which is I might get this one really wrong. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.94, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.99, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.99, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.25, which is average. On a 1-minute time interval, or 1 minute, 1 hour, we have lagging line is above price line currently. Conversion is below base, and price is right in between conversion and base right now. This doesn't look like it has a whole lot of strength at the moment, but seeing price on Ape rising above $1.65 is what we need to see have happen for there to not be some more selling pressure that's going to occur. 154 was the number that I said that we needed to maintain by the end of the day, though, because the 4-hour chart, when looking at it, lagging line is above price line, conversions above base. But if price doesn't stay above base, which is now 156 instead of 154, we could see price start heading down sooner than later. On AMC, on a 1-hour time interval, lagging line's right on price line. Conversion is below base, but price is trying to punch through the top side of a green cloud, which is really, really bullish. If we can see this conversion crossing the base, it really becomes a big, big buy signal, especially with the lagging line being above price line. That's going to be big. The big number that we need to hit for the day today is $6.20 to drive that lagging line or keep that lagging line above the price line. So 620 is going to be the magic number for us, which we're about 23 cents away from at 597. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, the lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base, but again, we're going to need to see, we're going to need to at least maintain base numbers for the day, which is going to be about $5. Well, I wrote 517. Why did I write 517? Oh, it's the bottom of the cloud. I don't know why I would have written that down. What I should have written down was what it's going to take to see buying pressure. We need to see price stay above base by close, which is 576. So by close today, we need to see 576 or greater to continue to see more buying pressure. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Glenn says people will accumulate all the way up to the court date in June. It might put enough pressure to on it to pop before then, especially if institutions are buying. I would agree. I'm kind of curious about the. I want to look that up real quick here about short selling news. This is 4 days ago. 39. Here's why Semaphores Liz Hoffman would temporarily ban short selling amid the banking crisis. But would she just, let's see here. Which one am I going to click on? I'm going to click on this one. It doesn't help any. All right. That doesn't help out any. Yeah, it says right here, and so this was J.P. Morgan 3 days ago from Reuters. It says in a letter to clients, Watchstill said that the Securities and Exchange Commission should regulate what it defines as coordinated short attacks by imposing a 15 trading day prohibition on short sales of financial institutions. I'm looking for news in regards to them changing up that prediction to something greater or larger than just financial institutions, but I don't see that in the news. Here's one from 1 day ago. Let me just check this one real quick here and see what they're saying on the 1 day. Right after I fix my charts back up. This says on May 4th. That's 4 days ago. So that's going to be the same thing. JP Morgan highlighted this concern in its note. According to the banking giant, it has never seen a situation where a perfectly healthy bank ends up in the hands of the FDIC within a very short period. The bankers further noted that the pressure affected even banks in good financial positions, as more Americans now worry about their money in these banks. Short sellers, I don't understand. I don't understand how they can say that they're in a good banking standing when they're at like record levels of um, how in the world? I don't understand how they can say this. Three major regional banks holding 530 billion in deposits have already failed. Short sellers appear to be swimming in profits. Data firm Ortex reported that sellers had made 1.2 billion betting against these struggling stocks. For context, shorters reportedly made 379 million by shorting First Horizon, PacWest, and Western Alliance shares on May 4th. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me see here. I posted something in my Discord. Maybe it might be a good thing to kind of watch here as well. Let me pull it up here. U.S. regional bank crisis. This was posted on Reddit in a subreddit that I absolutely love. It's called Data is Beautiful. And it is. I love data. You know how much I love data. This is posted by an account by the name of JC Siegel, Ceagle. So let me share this with you guys. It's kind of fun little graphic to watch here. The U.S. regional bank crisis, and so this is the 1st of May, and it's going through a timer here. Regional bank returns, and then they've got almost all the banks here by the 3rd of May, below the zero line. Market capitalization in billions is the size of the bubble. This is 144 stocks from the S&P Regional Bank Selected Industry Index Source, Finance 4/5/2023. So then it ends, and then it's got the different banks on here. It's got Zion is up here, Harbaron, Customers Bancorp, First Foundation, Metropolitan Bank, Home Street, First Horizon. That's a big one. Western Alliance. No, go back. Pac West is way down here. Pac West is on the top of my list of next failures. So there's some big ones in here. One of the strongest ones is New York Community Bank Corp. But that's just kind of a fun little graphic there, showing how fast, starting April 28th, how fast this spiraled out of control from April 28th, and then moving forward. I love this. This is a data visualization. Oh wait, it says right here. This is a data visualization of the U.S. region banking crisis, which erupted this week after the failure of First Republic Bank. This bubble right here is like, get down to the bottom. I gotta get there first. It's like swimmers to a race to get to the bottom. Data is so beautiful. What was that? What was that timestamp for that big jump right there? So right beforehand, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning. It looked like. Hold on a second. Let me rewind just a tad bit back here. Yeah, it was the next day. So from the 3rd to the 4th of May is when you saw the big drop happen. And there was a little bit of a bump at about 10 a.m. in the morning. It's pretty crazy. Anyways, that's just fun. Yeah, I think so, Pro Jeweler. I think it's pretty interesting. If you're not on that subreddit, I highly recommend it. It's just some of the different data sources that come. I mean, you always have to kind of source the data anytime somebody posts something in there because you want to make sure it's accurate. But some of the charts that come out there are pretty cool. Webbush reiterates underperform on AMC Entertainment Holdings, maintains a $2 price target. So essentially, what's happening right there is Webbush is saying that they're only going to be worth $2 soon. The subreddit is called Data is Beautiful, I think. Hold on a second. Yeah, Data is Beautiful. And it's, I don't know, it's just kind of fun. I mean, if you like interesting graphs, now make sure you always source your information because you don't know if it's always how accurate it is. You want to figure out where they're getting their data from and everything. And usually the requirements for the rules for the subreddit is they have to include that. Population age in Switzerland 1868 2070 from the pyramid to the vase. It's just kind of showing world's biggest lithium producers. They're fun charts in here. Canadian celery prices over time with banana for scale. The price of bananas is gonna be going up here soon with all us apes. But yeah, so I mean, who knows what they're, somebody always comes up with some kind of chart in here, but it's just data is beautiful. U.S. medium MLS listing price percentage change year to year, April 2022 to 2023 by county. That's cool. So the more red it is, the more of a percent downwards change. Percent change. It looks like blue is down and red is up. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff in here. I could spend hours like just going through some of these charts. it's that's my home. Richard says data's from Star Trek. Data. Sorry. I like data. I prefer data. Oh, Buzzin says I like the data of RSI for the past 50 years on USM2. That's insane, dude. I like when I saw that Buzzin, I was like, holy crap, that's insane. So I had to pull it for myself to just make sure that it was accurate. Because I didn't find that I didn't find that somebody I actually saw somebody else post it, but I was like I gotta verify this. I can't just go posting it. So that's why I looked it up for myself and then pull it up. But it is absolutely shocking. Did I show you guys that? I don't know if I showed you guys that or not. I feel like I showed you guys last week, or did I? Did I show you guys the RSI? If I didn't, I'll show it again. Yeah, I did show this to you guys. This is what we talked about on Friday. I remember now. USM2. Okay. Okay. It'll be interesting to see what the next data report is. It is monthly, and the last data point was registered on March 1st, so we should be getting, I would think we should be getting April's data point here anytime. It'll be interesting to see what's going on with it, but I'll put this up on the screen so you can see it. Again, this is just simply what this chart represents is the liquid assets held by both businesses and people inside banks. So, and it's reporting from 1960 to current. And you can see there's been some downtrends along the way, but never has it hooked like this before. Never, ever, ever. And so the important part about this is looking at the RSI, and RSI can kind of pull up. You can pull RSI up here, and you can see that like specifically, and like there were some problems with money being held in banks since 1992. And then when it finally started to recover in 97, it had a dip right here in 2000. With and we all know what happened during that time frame in 2000. So dot-com bubble, and then you got 9/11 in here. 9/11 occurred. Let's see, where's that at? Right there. That's that dip right there. It's the second dip. So yeah, the dot-com bubble, 9/11. It'd probably be fun to like put in a bunch of different events that occurred in here and see where they kind of stack up, like what caused each one of these. But you can see that since the reporting of 1960, we've never seen the amount of RS. We've never seen RSI dipping down into what would be considered normal ranges. Um, uh, for those of you who know what our relative strength index is, normally the normal place that you would see RSI operating is between 30 and 70. But you can see ever since the tracking of this, it's always been super, super high. It's always been, we've always seen this like upwards trend on the amount of liquid assets held in banks by their customers. And but for the very first time in history, we've actually had a correction into what would be RSI normal ranges here. So kind of crazy. Oh yeah, Y2K. Yep, yep, Y2K. So it's pretty nasty looking. A lot of no trust going on right here. this is this is a this is the hook of no trust in our banks. That's what that is. And this is a stain. I mean, if you wanted to consider like in regards to like how banks have been doing from 1960 to current, this is a massive stain on the bank's record sheets here. Massive stain. Ariel says, "Is today the 60th anniversary of Doctor No?" Question mark. Hold on a second. If it is, I didn't do that on purpose, by the way. Uh, it says August 21. So no, it's 62. Oh, the reference is the 1 month yields, um, and how they spiked. Let me pull that up for you. Do I already have this pulled up somewhere? Maybe not. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this up again. This one? Yeah. All right. So this is the U.S. Department of Treasury, and I really don't have to I don't have to pull back out very far to kind of show you what it is that I'm trying to show you, because you'll see it on Thursday and Friday alone. But these are the yield rates for. Oh, I got this pulled up for all time, I think. Here, let's just pull up for 2023. So you'll see here on the 1 month yield values, you can see that at the beginning of this year they were at about 417, and you can see that since then they were increasing up to 470. Then they started going back down to 460, 450, back to 460, 475, 480, 460, 420, 430s, back down to fours. And then it spiked right here back on 329. It spikes from 434 to 474, and then it starts kind of cooling back off again, 453 to 427, down to 408, right? And then now by April it's down into the threes. And then oops, son of a gun, hold on a second. April it's down to the threes right here. Gosh darn it. 391, 427, 435, 449, 456, 470, 576. It drove up over 1%, 1.06% in a single day from 5.3 to 5.4. And that's just like this massive spike. And the other part to that is that it's it's crossing over the 2-month yield. I think this is 2 month. Yeah, this is 2-month right here next to it. 2-month is in the second column, 3-month, 4-month, 6-month, so on and so forth. And so you can see that it drives from 470, surpasses the 2-month, surpasses it surpasses the 2-month, the 3-month, the 4-month, the 5-month, and the 6-month. I think this last column right here should be the 6-month. Let's drive up to the top. No, that's the 1 year. Actually surpassed the 1 year as well. It just drove past everything. Like it just flipped. Massive flip. Because the 1 year, the previous day was the exact same thing as the 1 month, 4.7, and then it drove up crap tons. It's pretty epic. China doesn't want the world to use the yuan because there's so many super rich Chinese who want to leave the country and use their Chinese money. So what currency will rule? Question mark. I don't know, man. C Pimpin says $6 is what we need for the day today. It's $6. Why six specifically? Is that for the options that are there? That'd be my guess. Is why you're throwing that out there. And of course, volume is just absolutely pinching down here on AMC to nothingness. Volatility is just, I mean, there is none. There is no volatility. Ape's been barcoding since, you might as well say market open. I mean, it's just they're done. They're done trading. They don't even want to trade it anymore. They don't want it to move. It's like they're like anything up, anything down, it's all gonna hurt. USD will rule for now. It may take a while for another currency to take over. I mean, just trying to stay alive. It's so hard for me to say Brad Pitt. I want to call you. I just want to call you Pitt, but that sounds like I don't know. I don't want to call you Pitt. I'd rather call you. Maybe I can just call you BP. I didn't know for the longest time when I used to live in Oregon. There used to be gas stations all over the place called BP. I hadn't seen them before, and so there's all these BP all over the places. And I could never figure out what BP stood for until somebody told me it was British Petroleum, but I had no idea. I was young, just 19 years old. and we didn't have internet like we have now, and so I always just called it Big Penis. It's like I gotta go over to the BP, pick me up some gas. I had no idea what it was. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, what is BP? British Petroleum. That's correct. So I'll just call you BP instead. How's that? You'll probably prefer that anyways. Oh, your CPR? You changed your name and your okay. You changed your name and your picture. Sorry guys. I'm not a model I'm not a model human being here. So I just say what I think. I don't mind repeating what I've thought in the past. You needed to change. It's good to change it up every once in a while, but just so you know, I'm gonna probably forget, and then I'll be like, "Oh, that's right, you changed your." Because I saw the comments today. I was going like, "I don't know who Brad Pitt is. It's brand new. Haven't seen that profile." You gotta tell me these things when you change it. Otherwise, I don't know who you are. It's 9:52. We got about 8 more minutes left, and I can't think of a better thing to do than in the last 5 minutes before we read the next numbers is playing a funky tune one more time for the day. One more. Let's see. We should do it. We should play Funky Pizza Records little ditty again this morning. It's like 4 minutes and 22 seconds long. It's almost perfect. I'll play it in about 3 minutes. I can't even remember what CPR stood for now. Something. I can't even remember what your old profile name was now. See, this is what happens. You can't do this to me. What? I can't. Country Pride something? I can't remember what it was. Counterparty risk. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. This is why you can't do that kind of stuff to me. And I'll just forget it for the rest of my life now. You have to really ingrain it into my head. And I know you need changes, but man, it kills me. I just realized I have you guys on top chat. I don't know why, but if I haven't mentioned, if I skipped over some comments today, if I have it set to top chat instead of live chat, that sometimes happens. I apologize. Combined price? Are you asking? 757 if you are. Do you guys I have struggled with this. Maybe I can get you guys to help me out here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with TradingView. And I feel like normally this is like a really easy task. And I'm just making it way more complicated than it needs to be. But I swear I used to have my line graph for price of AMC and Ape. I don't remember it being blue. I feel like it was bars and I started looking at it after I rebooted the computer and reloaded up the chart. It's now showing the line graph, and I don't feel like it was always a line graph. But I'm trying to go back in here to change this, and I can't find where to. It just says line. Oh no, like I don't feel like there's a place to change this to bars. It just normally I think on any other stock That's not what I wanted either. Why did it do this? See, yeah, everything's changed. The bars, or it's just all aligned. What the heck is going on here? All right, hold on a second. There's got to be a way to do this. There we go. I just found it. That was so annoying. I spent like 20 minutes last night trying to figure that out, and I was like really frustrated. There we go. Oh, so much better. I had to ask you guys for help, but I didn't really need it. I actually figured it out on my own without looking to see what you guys were writing. I just don't. I'm not real familiar with TradingView all the time, and so like sometimes when I'm switching between Webull and then going back and forth between TradingView and Webull, it's really simple, right? Like I mean, it should be always be something up at the top. But there's also another way, like if you have multiple lines on a chart, you can set them up so that they're individually different. And usually it's by clicking on it and then right clicking on it, hitting the settings, and then going in and changing the type of chart that it is. But I don't know. That was bothering me. Mega Johnny says Casey can't even remember the name of that movie with that panda that does kung fu. All right. Well, hey, Funky. At least you're okay though. Let's play it real quick, shall we? Let's play a little funky music here. Thoughts on SPY this week, Nick? I had a breakout down suggested as of, well, I suggested this quite a ways back, but I was thinking that we might see a 389 by 426, but then they did this like really weird like 3-day up, so I was like, okay, well, I'll extend out my time, and we're dancing around right here. I mean, if they're really truly and honestly going to stop shorting on institutions, financial institutions, maybe we see the SPY run. I mean, it changes everything. It really does. I like Mike and the Mechanics. It was just a good group. Yeah, so this should have moved down. We had an ascending broadening wedge, and this should have come down to and retested and not at a turnaround point until 389. And it saw the turnaround point at about 403 instead. And then it retested 403 and then moved back up. But here's what we got going on in terms of volume. Actually, let me pull this up on. I'll do numbers here. Funky, let me just play your song in the background while I'm talking. I'm gonna turn down the volume a little. Oh no, is it not gonna play? What's the deal? Hold on a second. There we go. Can you guys hear that okay and hear me okay? Is the mix okay? As I talk over it? I'll try not to talk too loud, but hopefully that mix is okay. All right, cool, sweet. What was I doing? Numbers? Is I going too low? All right, hold on a second. We'll pump it up just a tad bit. About like that. There we go. That should do. All right, sweet. Let's do this. Numbers. Numbers with Funky Pizza Kitchen. This is a song called Integrity. Integrity. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, or concerns. You can always thank Funky Pizza Records for his amazing funkadelicness that he added to this, brought to you by this numbers period. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Right after I move some screens around. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the morning, I expect about 49% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. I'm sorry, 60%. Off exchange is 50.76 and EDGX is 13.92. A combined total 64.68, so that's only about 4.68% higher than what it was an hour ago. Obviously, with lower volume, we're not seeing as much need for suppression in price. It was over 22% earlier. Now it's only 4.68% higher than what I would expect. On Ape, off exchange is at 58.16 and EDGX is 8.72. The combined total 66.88%. That's higher by 6.88% than what I would expect. CHX volume is 100 shares, nothing unusual going on there. On GME, CHX volume is 0.23 with a 30-day average of 0.19. We're starting to see a little bit of a spike in CHX volume on GME again here. I think last week we saw one spike as well. Taking a look at Vortex. $582,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day. An hour ago it was 391. That's going to have an effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 24.67%. Cost to borrow min is at 64.63, average is 290.76, and max is 328.53%. And we need a fill in there. Funky pizza. That fill would have been perfect right there. That would have been perfect for a fill right there. Let's see here. Utilization. Oh no, I'm not going to cover that. Shares on loan is down by 9.94 million shares on loan to 160.46 million shares. That's Vortex is estimated about 3.373 million of that was in closed short interest day over day. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 60,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same. That's leaving the short share interest of the free float at 5.17%. Cost to borrow, min, average, and max are all the same at 8.26, as there's only one loan for the day for 13,000 shares. And shares on loan day over day decreased by 570,000 shares to 23.8 million shares on loan. Taking a look at, I feel like I gotta keep that going in the background there. Hold on a second. Pull that back up. Still need some more music for the background. That's really weird. I can't restart this without refreshing the screen. It's really odd how that works. It's like a one playthrough and then it won't let you play it again until you refresh the screen. All right, here we go. Next. Options. Highest amount of volume so far for the day on the options is at a $6 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 8.7 thousand contracts. There's now 12.3. Highest amount of puts is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 3.4 thousand contracts. There's now 5,000. The market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC and Ape somewhere between, AMC between 5.5 and 6. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.56, struggling with that ascending level of resistance. A break past that could cause us to wind up trading into some higher highs, heading towards 878, where we would likely see a strong point of resistance. AMC, Ape, and GME, due to low volume, I don't expect to be on this list. However, an hour ago, AMC was on the list. AMC has now fallen off the list, though, likely due to the low volume that we're seeing for the day. I mean, it's low. Trigger price for SSR is at $5.30. Ape at 1.404. Shares available to borrow has not changed in the last few hours. And there has been about 1,000 shares returned, a little less than 1,000 shares, 400 shares returned to the ETFs. Fees for borrowing right now are 165%. Total shares borrowed so far for the day is about 1.9 million, which is quite excessive compared to usual. NASDAQ is down 0.2, Dow Jones is down 0.15, and the S&P 500 is down 0.2. We have 3,103 advancers to 3,083 decliners. That is definitely more of an increase in the market moving upwards than downwards from an hour ago. But pretty mixed, a mixed market. Big movers in banks, plus or minus 3% are the only ones I'm going to look at here. PacWest is up 7.39. Coinbase is down 4.82. That's it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.49%. US dollar is currently up 0.06. Oil is up 4.1. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.3 to 0.31, which is about where they were an hour ago, so a lot of just sideways trading. SPY is currently down 0.01, but starting to trend higher. VIX is up 1.98%. VBR is down 0.05. VB is down 0.02. Tesla is up 0.53. Amazon is up 0.03. Cinemark is up 4.18. Doge is down 2.46. Bitcoin is down 1.72. GME is up 1.32. HYMC is up 1.18. NCMI is up 2.37. Hood is down 0.11. Ape is up 0.78. And AMC is up 1.77. There's your fill you need right there. Let's see. We've got about $1.3 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. 7.27 million shares traded so far. They've actually just sucker punched us again in volume today. After 98 minutes of trading, that puts us on a pace for 28.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I think this math is right here. Let me just check it one more time. That should be 98. Yeah, we're on pace for 28.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35, so we're within my range already. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.24, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI at 58.66, which is slightly above average. No, that is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, heavy amounts of buying pressure compared to selling pressure. RSI at 63.47, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 60.91, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately $80,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.43 million shares traded so far for the day today. This is incredibly low volume compared to what I was thinking we were going to hit. We're at about 16 million share pace for the day today, which I'm kind of surprised. It's a little bit higher than I think it was an hour ago, but that's very surprising. Unless I did my math wrong, maybe earlier. Could be. Or maybe I'm doing it wrong now. Anyways, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get that volume wrong for the day today on Ape. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 57.1, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 54.46, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 54.63, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 53.92, which is slightly above average. And where am I going with this one? There we go. Just verify this chart. Nothing like barcoding. Gnosis says this song has a pizza flavor. It's called Funky. Pizza says loop it. I don't know that it sent me to yeah, it doesn't give me an option on here. I'm not sure what this is playing it through, but it unfortunately doesn't give an option for that. I'd have to download it and then run it through something where I could. I just played it straight from the Google Drive. MCon says they're having trouble holding us below 6. No, Ariel, it's Funky Pizza Records. It's his music. I feel like I should be reading the notice or something. The settlement is approved. Holders of common stock as of the settlement class time, regardless of whether they hold any apes at the time, will receive additional shares of common stock for every 7.5 shares of common stock they hold, and will therefore hold more relative equity in the company than they did prior to the conversion and reverse split. Right. The settlement class means all holders of AMC common stock between August 3rd, 2022 through and including the settlement class time, whether beneficial or of record, including the legal representatives, heirs, successors, and interest transferees and assignees of all such foregoing holders, but excluding defendants. Settlement class time means the record time expected to be set as of the close of business in accordance with the New York Stock Exchange and/or depository trust company requirements or policies on the business day prior to the conversion on which the reverse stock split is effective. So you would have had ownership somewhere between August 3rd and the last day that it trades. But you must maintain ownership because in number 30 it says only record holders of common stock as of the settlement class time will be entitled to a settlement payment. So it's not like you could just have owned it at some point and gotten rid of it and then still expected to receive settlement, which is sometimes the case for shareholders for class action, but in this particular case, not so. Yep. So just throwing that out there. AMC. Josh asked AMC or Ape. It's AMC. Deb says something on Marketplace says AMC has reached an agreement. Whatever. Didn't get the free info sent to my email about a half hour ago. If you want to see it, I will give you. There's I will give you. I'm gonna send you. Yeah, I'll just send you this one. This is the agreement posted on the AMC website, which you can find under shareholder meeting information. It's under there's a couple different folders you have to go to: financial performance and then shareholder meeting information. And it's got stipulation and agreement of company settlement and release, defendant's brief in support of proposed settlement, form for in-person objections to send to the court, letter from the court to AMC stockholders, plaintiff's opening brief in support of settlement, award of attorney's fees and expenses and incentive rewards, verified stockholder class action complaint, and then the notice of the pendency of stockholder class action and proposed settlement, settlement hearing, and right to appear. That's my understanding, Arthur, but I want to make sure I go through this and read it correctly. But I think that's the case. But I got to go through this and make sure I double read everything, double check everything and make sure. But it should be. Let me see if I can find it real fast for you. Let's see here. If the proposed settlement is approved, AMC will promptly effect the conversion and issue to the record holders of common stock as of the settlement class time 1 share of common stock for every 7.5 shares of common stock owned by such holders after giving effect to the reverse stock split and taking into account cash payments in lieu of fractional shares. For a detailed explanation as to what this sentence means in practice, see paragraphs 29 through 31 and 45. 29 through 31. That's funny. It should say that because I don't see. Each one of the paragraphs are numbered, but in 29 through 31, it doesn't say anything about it. So I'm kind of it's kind of confusing. Let me keep looking. I'll look for the actual, but I mean, the words are very clear. I don't think I really need to see an explanation of what an example would look like because the words are so clear. Yeah, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't give an example. Let me search for one. I typed in the word example and it doesn't even pop up on the. There is no example. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I know what I might be looking for here. Hold on one second. No, it says 29 through 31. Yeah. So that's correct, Arthur. Yes, still 1-to-1 conversion. Josh, that is correct on AMC to, or Ape to AMC. So, I mean, I can give you an example. We could just do like a real quick, easy one. 750 shares, because oh wait, yeah, that would work out perfect. 700. Let's say you had 750 AMC shares. You would get the reverse split first, right? So that would take you down to 75 shares, and then it would be 75 divided by 7.5, which is going to give you 10 shares. Additional shares would be awarded to you. Nice, easy, round number. So after it was all said and done, you would end up having, uh, if you didn't buy any more Ape or AMC, you would have 750 AMC, 750 Ape. The AMC would be converted, or not converted, but reverse split, and then you would wind up with 85 shares instead of 75, and then you would wind up with 75 more AMC shares from the Ape that were converted and reverse split, giving you a grand total of 160 shares instead of 150. Yep, it's meant to be that way. It is definitely meant to be that way, John. Sometimes, sometimes when you're making history, history is a little boring. Sometimes, not always. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being on that first maiden voyage of the Mayflower? Day number 80, we're still sailing. I actually don't know how many days it took them to get across. Let's see how many days. How long was the first or the maiden voyage of the Mayflower? 66 days. All right, fine. They didn't say 80. They put day number 60, still on the ocean. I mean, that's a long time. 2 months. 2 months of 2 months and 6 days. 9 weeks. 9 weeks of sailing. Can you imagine? 9 weeks on the water. Oof, that's rough. No, it's not 85 plus 85, Jason. You don't get any additional shares for your ape. It would be 85 plus 75, and it'd be 160. You're getting one for one on your ape. You're not getting additional shares off of ape as an award. The additional 10 shares giving you 85 of AMC is from the 10 additional awarded shares that you would be receiving from the settlement. So it would be 85 plus 75, giving you 160, which would be 10 shares more than the original amount that you held, because you would have only gotten 150 otherwise. Papa Bov, I'm not probably gonna comment on that. You, if you know something's wrong, just stop watching. Nope, you would not get 85 from both sides. That is incorrect. Censored content just said, yeah, when the market crashed back, then it took 66 days for you to hear the news. My guess is they probably would have perfected the sailing, and it probably took less time, but who knows? Arthur, the fools who sold AMC as an arbitrage will get burned. If they don't hold AMC shares at the time of the conversion or reverse split, yes. Point Break Thor says 2 months at sea with all the food and drink and pools and slides wouldn't be bad that they had back then, right? Yeah, there was a big old party. They would watch the nightly show put on by the crew. Maybe a minstrel in there. Is it minstrel? I feel like it's minstrel. And they're singing. Oh my gosh. I wonder if like at some point after let's see, how many weeks was it again? 9 weeks of sailing. After 9 weeks of sailing, I wonder if some point like they run out of songs. Like somebody's like, we sang that one so many times. I never want to hear that song again. Well, I'll say this, Papa Bob. The more views he gets, the more popular he gets in the community, and the worse it is for our general community to have somebody like him continuing to confuse people. So you're adding to the confusion, and that's not a good thing. You should want to try to avoid that. We don't need confusion. People are already confused enough as it is. Do they have rehab centers? Oh man. It's not, I mean, you've never cut anything off in your life cold turkey? I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just difficult for me to it's difficult for me to understand that concept of just cutting out something in your life that you feel is not right for you. I do it all the time. Except for only when I want to. If I feel like something's damaging or something that, I need to get rid of it, I just cut it right out. Just cut it right off. Lop it off. I'm that guy where in a zombie apocalypse, if I get bit on the hand, it's right at the elbow. It's coming off right then and there. You want to live? Figure out how to cut off the weakness and keep on trudging forward. I ain't got time for wasting your time on stuff that's going to drag you down in life. Just cut it off. Be glad for the nub. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen, right? I mean, you lop off your arm at the elbow, and next thing you know, you're walking around with, this gladiator-looking ball with spikes on the end of it. You know how cool? You guys ever watch? Do you ever watch um, The Walking Dead? I don't know what that character's name is. Let me look up here real quick. Hold on a second. Walking Dead guy with uh, ball and spikes. Oh yeah, this is him. What's his name? Aaron. Aaron is described as oh, I mean, so let me show you this. This where's this? Oh yeah, here it is. So this dude's walking around. He legit got bit by zombies, walking around everywhere he goes, and he's got this arm attachment piece with this like ball and spikes. And every time I see this thing, is that what it's called? A Morning Star? Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Morning Star. He walks around everywhere he goes. Well, he's got an attachment. I guess he can turn this, twist it off, and like put on like a fake hand attachment or something. But I can't help but sit there and think about how inconvenient it would be to be just generally just walking around with this thing, right? Like you're always having to walk with your arm like at least 2 feet away from your leg. I imagine all these stains in his pants right here are not he just crapped his pants, but more I just accidentally poked myself in the leg as I was walking because I forgot again to not put my arm down by my leg as I was walking. Because this guy's like you can't walk with your hand down by your leg like you normally would. That would be very, very hurtful. But anyways, those are the things I think about. How cool would that be though to walk around with that thing? Don't pick your nose. Yeah, can you imagine the first time you go to pick your nose? Ooh, that might be painful. Anyways, I mean that's cool though. Walking around with some device like that on your arm, that's a sure win. Try taking a pee. It's a good thing I'm not left. I'm ambidextrous. I could do it both ways. It doesn't matter. Don't scratch your butt or scratch your butt. Either way, right? You know what I would if I knew a guy like that in real life and he really had something like that attached, I would always stand to the side where he has the morning star and I would take like a balloon or filled with water or a ball. I mean, just maybe a basketball or something. And I'd always throw it at him. I'd be like, Aaron, hey, quick, think quick. Throw it at him. Watch the basketball like deflates. Everybody's like, oh, that was our last basketball. I'm like, Aaron, why why are you always ruining our balls for us, man? I would I would be relentless. I would be relentless. why you always why you always popping the balls, Aaron? Come on, man. Or maybe I'd toss him an apple. That would actually be kind of cool if you're like, hey, Aaron, catch, and you throw him an apple and he just sticks it to it and starts eating it. Kyle says GME is looking good. It is up 2.06%. AMC's not too far behind. We got 1.87% up right now. We're at $6, trying to break through this. We're getting a lot of consolidation right now. Everything's volume's not really dying off right now, but the volatility is. Feather on the nose while he's sleeping. I'm positive, Sam, he doesn't go to sleep with that thing on. Just saying. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I totally forgot to tell you. You would be crazy. Go buy 750 shares of AMC today to get 75 plus 10. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Uh, I was dreaming the other night, and I think I've told you guys before where like I'll wake up and I'm actually like physically like making a movement or something, like I'm punching something or I don't know what, but in my dream I was like karate kicking this guy, and I woke up to me doing these like air kicks. Like I was like legit like doing like karate in my sleep with in the air in the air. Luckily my wife that I was kicking in her direction, but it was like in legit in the air, and so I wasn't kicking her at all. I know Papa says poor wife. I was legit doing karate in my sleep though the other night, and man, I'm telling you that air was getting the shit kicked out of it. I was just beating the crap out of that air. But it was really funny though, because when you wake up to something like that, you realize that you're actually really making the movement. It's not just a dream anymore. Uh, it's it's one of those moments where you're kind of like, that was really stupid looking. I wish I could have filmed that though. Yeah, Tech We Love says we know the order of the events for settlement, etc., but not for the squeeze. Whether it happens prior or after the reverse split, or ergo, that's why I buy both, because it's the unknown territory for me. Yeah, I mean, we don't know. I mean, there could be a point in time to where we see AMC potentially doing something crazy. We could see Ape doing something crazy. You have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, AMC would be the more be the more likelihood of the two having a potential squeeze beforehand, just because of the quantity of failure to delivers, the um, the amount of short interest that's already stacked. I mean, it's got like the perfect squeeze cake recipe already built. It just needs to cook, right? And but who knows? Maybe we actually see something in Ape first. Maybe I'm wrong. Sam says tell that to the cops. She didn't know. I told her about it, Papa Bob. She had no clue that I was doing karate in my sleep. I mean, I was ninja kicking that air like no, like it was stealthy, and that air was getting its butt kicked. Tom says I've seen dogs do that, but never a human. I was doing it, kicking the air. Hazel says so much for sleep paralysis. It doesn't happen to me very often, Hazel. It's like I want to say maybe maybe once or twice a year, maybe. Yes, it's still 1-for-1, Ape. The only thing that we were talking about earlier was in regards to the settlement and how much you would get out of the settlement. Hold on a second, guys. I think Mediocre was trying to contact me here. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go offline here for just a second here.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I called your phone. Are you live? Can they hear our conversation? All right. I just
All right, I'm back. Make sure I get that on. Let's see here. No. I had everything turned off, Kathy. I was talking mediocre for just a second there. We got about 15 minutes more before we go through the numbers again. Let me see if Steven Siebert's here right now. Hold on a second. Steven, I see you're here listening. Real quickly, was there any specific ones that you wanted me to play in regards to some of the stuff that you sent me. And it's funny that you would mention that you had asked if I'd gotten any of the other new ones that you'd sent me. I did see them. Somebody sent me an email message the other day and they said, no, I sent it to you in email. And I was like, oh, I haven't checked that in like eons. And so I went in there and I saw you had sent me a couple different songs and I was like sitting there going like, oh, if you want to get a hold of me, my email is probably like one of the worst places to get a hold of me. All right, sounds good. Which is why everybody always asks me for my email, and I always say like, don't bother. You're not gonna get a hold of me through my email. It's way easier to reach me through Discord or Twitter. The judge in this case is not in a rush. The next time we hear something is June 29th, but it could take longer. Kyle says Jimmy's about ready to test 21, and he's got it set up as a Fibonacci retracement as a potential level of resistance. A breakthrough could lead to a run if that's correct. Papa Mac says, I'm confused about the letter campaign. Are they suggesting the judge could be swayed by letters? Swayed to do what exactly? I think the judge is relying on the help of the, oh man, I forgot the name. The Supermaster. I forgot the title. I can't remember. I can't even remember her name right now off the top of my head. But she's going to be relying on her to kind of help with kind of feeling through a lot of the different messages that are going to be coming, a lot of the different uh, letters that are sent in that are being filed through the plaintiff. And so the plaintiff's going to be giving those to that supermaster or whatever it's called, and then she's going to be giving a recommendation based off of what she reads to the judge. So. Um, I don't I don't know necessarily that so here's the interesting thing. The plaintiff is already doing the pro side of the settlement. So I doubt there's really going to be much on the pro side that the judge is going to take into account for because that's what the plaintiff counsel is supposed to be doing. So in regards to a somebody being against the settlement, or maybe perhaps saying that they think that that the settlement's not fair enough, meaning it should be, I guess, either more or nothing. I'm not sure which. Um, I guess that's what she's going to be hearing, and whether or not she may change her mind, I guess will remain to be seen. No, they didn't say that you didn't need to write in, but to me it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense when the plaintiffs are arguing for it anyways, right? I mean that's what their whole job is to do. So I don't see why in favor of the settlement would make any difference. That's already been settled. That portion of it's already been settled. Seems almost like it'd be like a waste of time. But That's my opinion, and you're entitled to yours. If you want to send in a letter in support for it, that's fine too. It does say support in there as a reason to send one in. You know, I don't think it. I don't remember if that was the title, DJ. I'm probably getting it wrong. Supermaster is the first thing that comes to mind. Yes, and Papa Mac, that information is posted on AMC's website. I found it earlier today. If you go to financial performance and then look for shareholder meeting information, you'll find a page that is listed with all of the different documents that they have on file. And I'm trying to paste it in here. Unfortunately, I can't. So I wonder if I cut this down. Let's see what happens if you try that. Let me try opening my own link first. Yeah, that works. That link that I just sent you take you over to find all the documents that you need right there. John says I put an up-to-date chart for AMC in your Discord. Price, failure delivers, SEV, CHX, and cumulative CHX. Let me look and see here. Let's see. I'm gonna save this real quick. Hold on a second. Bond. James Bond. All right. Save new. Short exempt volume. On the top side, failure to delivers is when they're due is when they occurred is on the bottom side, I would imagine. Okay, so when they occurred is on the bottom side. So we have short exempt volume, cumulative short exempt volume. I'm not sure what it is on the top side there, but you can see the failure delivers and then the 35 delivery date afterwards. So we have one of our largest spikes coming due pretty soon here. That's really soon from now. What is in baby blue? CHX. So we've stopped seeing the delivery of shares in there from CHX. Maybe I need to get John. I feel like John, if you're listening, I feel like I need to get you on here to talk about this. you want to go back in the back of the big tramp real quick for like just to kind of explain that real fast? All right, cool. I'll meet you back there. John, how's it going, man? Your microphone's off, though.
Oh, sorry, Casey.
There you
Had
go.
to press the button.
Sweet.
You should-
Say something real quick so I can get an audio check on you.
Mic check.
That should be good.
Mic check seems to be an echo.
Do you have the live stream running right now in the background?
Oh, I'll pause it. There you go. Paused it.
If you just turn the sound down on your YouTube, you can watch YouTube at the same time and just with the sound down.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll do that now.
So if
Yep.
I put up this chart here, which this way you can see, you should be able to see it now. Short exempt volume on the bottom side is when it occurred, right? It's the actual date that the short exempt volume occurred. What is it on the top side?
The top is 35 days later.
35. Okay.
calendar days.
So it's the same time frame as the failure to deliver. So
Yes.
then we've got failure to delivers that occurred on the bottom side at the time that they occurred, and the 35 date that they are going to be needing to be found by, showing on the top side. The blue is CH. The hard blue is what? What's this?
That is what they're paying over the last 35 days.
Okay. So this is CHX volume, and then this is actually CHX 35 right here at the top.
The pale blue is the normal CHX values. The top value is the cumulative total for the last T35.
Okay.
So the top dark blue, is 35. Yeah, that's why it's bigger.
So when you say cumulative over the last 35 days, it's
Yeah,
showing you like
if you counted it all up.
Okay, if you return for the last 35 days, that's how much it accumulates to.
Yes.
Okay. So we add. I see a drop off in that value on CHX 35 days.
Yeah.
When it drops off like
that, is
that just it's just the last value?
Yeah, it's just because it's returning to zero, the chart.
Right.
The graph has to come back down to zero because there's no more data at that point.
Gotcha.
It's not actually dropped off. It's just, I really should have. I should have deleted that little bit at the end. I should have edited the picture, but it takes a bit of time. It's the same for the.
It's great.
Same for the FTDs. It's the same for all the chart elements. It's just the last value always comes back to zero. It's but in real life it hasn't. It's just the chart.
And I'm trying to look for a trend here in regards to maybe historical CHX volume and price movements that have occurred during that period of time.
But the price is in the lighter blue color.
Yeah,
you
like
can
a
see
teal.
on the left hand side of the. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Or let's call it ocean breeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fascinating.
It's 2 years data though, so there's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting because if you look at the June run up, you can see the FTDs are nothing like what the FTDs are like now.
Yeah.
They're like it's like a couple of centimeters high. It looks like the FTD. You know the white FTDs where your arrow is now. Yeah, tiny compared to now these days.
Yeah.
And then you got that spike. Yeah, you got that spike in the middle, haven't you? They obviously handled that. I mean, you can see that, I suppose, in the CHX lumping in the middle.
Yep.
The cumulative.
But the short exempt volume
Yeah.
used to be much greater in contrast to what we're seeing in short exempt volume now.
If I switched off the FTDs, because the FTDs they do encompass a lot of the chart. If I switch those off and switch off the cumulative as well, then you'll see you'll see the short exempt and the CHX, looking much more scarier. I can do that, and I can update the chart and ping you another one if you want.
I know. I mean, I don't. I don't want you to take up too much of your time or anything, but I love this. I mean, I think it's a great representation. I can see that it's sustained. The short exempt volume is sustained in here in contrast to what I know what it looked like from the past, and I know that it wasn't sustaining these kind of large moves here, but we're sustaining larger quantities of CHX or not CHX, but short exempt volume that's occurring, and it's been sustaining ever since. I could barely make out that, but it looks like August.
Yeah. Oh, obviously the chart scales to the largest values, so it's all a bit shrunken down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great chart. I love it.
So yeah, if you need me to modify it at all, just say.
No, I think it's great.
Okay.
And I love the fact that we can see the increasing pressure in the marketplace to find shares as well. It's yelling, right? Like I think
Yes,
in terms of
yeah.
like I view data as like sound, right? And so we're projecting loudness here.
And to me, that the cumulative CHS is what's telling me that they're not handling it very well. They're having to pay more and more as time goes on.
Mm-hmm. Because nothing like that was happening before.
No, I mean it's interesting. If I did a Tesla chart, you'll see how they've you'll see how it sort of ebbs and flows. And but Tesla had nothing like this kind of run up in CHX cumulative. Anyway.
Well, oh, go ahead.
Is people in the stream hearing my voice?
They should be. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I hope so.
I mean, not cool. I thought it was just you and me in here.
Oh no. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing they can hear your voice. It's not a bad thing. It's great.
Everyone's gonna be laughing their head off now.
No.
Okay.
Are you kidding? Not a chance. Not a chance. It's great to have you on and have everybody hear. Oh, Kathy, stop. Kathy put haha. No, it's great hearing you come on here and give the explanation. I love it. It's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, if you ever need any if you need me to change the chart in any way, I can do that. It's very easy.
Cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Then. Cheers.
Bye. Cheers. I've got a surprise for you guys. I hadn't mentioned it yet today, but I do have another special guest coming on a little bit later after I take my next break, which is just about time to do. And since the day is kind of slowish right now, it was actually my guest's plan was to come on when we had a slower portion of the day so that we could talk about something in particular. So when I come back from break, we'll go over the numbers, and then I'll have the guest come on here, and I think we'll have a good time looking over some numbers here. So let me go ahead and do the numbers right now. Is it Kenny G? No. Nope. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here. Casey, is June date still relevant if they agreed to the settlement before? Well, they already did agree to the settlement, Josh. The judge has to approve it though. So the ruling on it is not. They already agreed to the settlement. And the judge actually turned them down on the first time, but wants to make sure that she hears from retail investors as well. So she's going the extra mile here. Let's take a look at what we have going on here with the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I will not see it. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it for your account, you may want to get it set up, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And when you do set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the passcode, not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary. And then please take pictures or video footage of your portfolios so that if something should happen and your broker decides to misreport what it is your holdings are and you catch it, you'll have proof and you can show them what it's supposed to be. And you don't want to get stuck not having that proof. So please do that. All right, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% combined between off exchange and EDGX. On AMC, we're at 49.5%. Going through off exchange, EDGX at 14.06. The combined total 63.56, or 1.56% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is only 0.05% of our total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 2.46, so nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, off exchange is 62.36. These numbers are really high on Ape today. EDGX is 7.34. The numbers combined equal 69.7%. Nice. That's approximately 7.7% higher than it should be by this time of the day. And CHX volume is only 100 shares so far, so nothing unusual there. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is 0.33 with a 30-day average of 0.19. So it's definitely some closing of positions, delivery of shares going on over there on GME. It's pretty obvious. Taking a look at Ortex on AMC and Ape. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 582,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now a return of 2.36 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 24.48%. Cost to borrow mins at 64.63, average is 310.49, and max is 328.53%. 328.53%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 160.46 million shares. That's 9.94 million shares less on loan on Friday than there was on Thursday. Or I should say less on loan today than there was on Friday. And then Ortex is estimated that about 3.373 million of that was enclosed short interest on Friday. Ape, as of an hour ago, had 60,000 shares having been returned. It's now a borrowing of 189,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 5.19%. Cost to borrow mins at 2.3, average is 2.63, and max is 8.26. Average or shares on loan decreased by 570,000 shares day over day to 23.8 million shares. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume is at a $6 strike an hour ago. That is still the case. We went from 12.3 thousand contracts to 14.4. And on puts, highest amount of volume went from $5.50 strike from 5,000 contracts to 7.7. There is about a 2-to-1 ratio in more volume than calls than puts in the highest amount of volume. But the market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today for AMC. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, it's currently at $7.55, still sitting right at that level of resistance and support that we've seen from the past, and just crawling up this Maybe we'll see a breakout towards the end portion of the day today around around closing, or maybe it might be even in the pre-market. We could potentially see a break to the top side on this, as long as price continues to trade above this. AMC, Ape, and GME were not on this list an hour ago, and I don't expect them to be on this list. This is oh wow, AMC made the list again. 60.52% buying to 39.48% selling. AMC is definitely this is Fidelity's 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. Seeing us with such low volume today is actually kind of encouraging to see us on that list. And our buy sell ratio is not bad either. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is at 5.3. Ape is at 1.404. Shares available to borrow is 2.1 million shares. Looks like they've returned quite a few shares so far for the day-to-day. About a million shares within the last 2 hours, or hour, I mean. Fees are still at 165%. We've had about 1.9 million shares borrowed for the day today. NASDAQ is down 0.06, Dow Jones is down 0.27, S&P 500 is down 0.05. We have 3,304 decliners to 2,932 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. The market was just slightly more advancing than declining an hour ago. So it's definitely taking a turn for the downside here. In regards to banks, PacWest is up 6.05%. Zion is up 3.29. And that's it. Those are the big movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.84. US dollar is currently up 0.02. Oil is up 2.11. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.26 to 0.28, and the SPY is down 0.08. VIX is up 0.87. VBR is down 0.43. VB is down 0.31. Tesla is up 0.95. Amazon is down 0.32. Cinemark is up 2.29. Doge is down 3.05. Bitcoin is down 2.13 at 27.8K a coin. GME is up 1.37. HYMC is up 2.41. NCMI is up 0.46. Hood is down 0.11. Ape is up 1.28. AMC is up 1.37. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is approximately $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 9.15 million shares traded so far. This is going to be horrific on my guesstimate. 163 minutes worth of trading so far. Puts us on a pace for 21.89 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. We are on pace for that still on AMC. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 60.59, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 56.63, which is what is it? It's slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.31, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.87, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately 120,000. No, it's less than that. What am I saying? $80,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.93 million shares traded so far. Very, very low volume today compared to what pre-market was suggesting we would see. After 164 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 6.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Super low volume. I suggested the same volume on Ape as I did AMC, and I'm getting killed on that prediction. We're only looking at like 7 million, and it might even still be dropping more than that by the end of the day here. So just, I'm not sure why this is happening exactly, but we're seeing just tons and tons of low volume here. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.86, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI at 54.84, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 54.03, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have a crossover currently occurring with more selling pressure than buying pressure on the vortex indicator. Oh, I take that back. It just updated, and there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 51.15, which is average. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a break. Josh, yes. Main lawsuit is the judge ruling on the settlement. That's correct. The second lawsuit is AMC suing insurance companies for the money to pay the settler to settle their debt with the lawyers, to pay the lawyers. That is correct. You're not dumb, Josh. You're not dumb. Not don't. So you're good. It's confusing. It's confusing. It's understandable. Manjit, 2 p.m. Okay, sounds good. Now you guys know. Manjit's going to come in and talk about our earnings report and from her perspective at 2 p.m. today. Pantheon said, I was in a team project meeting last week and this one consultant asking me the same question over and over. After he asked for the third time without thinking, I replied 2 weeks. That's the best answer. I used to have, working in the semiconductor industry, I used to have, manufacturing would always want to know when they would get their tools back, and they always have, their production quotas that they got to meet. So they're always anxious to get their tool time. And so, I routinely would say 2 hours, and they would say, but the maintenance guys always tell me 2 hours. So I was engineering, and statistical engineering. They were more like process. I was process engineering. They're more mechanical engineering. And so they would say, well, the maintenance guys would always say, 2 hours. So are you telling me it's going to be 4? I would say that's the difference between process engineering and mechanical engineering. We're on time. so, and it was always funny. It ended up becoming a joke between me and manufacturing supervisors. I'll get back to you when I say I'm going to get it back to you. And if I can't, I'm going to let you know, and I'll let you know. Brett BP says, I say that to the wife every day now. How long to cut the grass? She asks, and I say 2 weeks is my response. Robert says the background music was really cool. Yeah, well, maybe we could put up if we have Funky Pizza Records has some more just instrumental stuff. I know Steven Sieber. I don't know if Steven Sieber has just instrumental stuff or not, but we could definitely look for like a mix between the two guys. All right, you sent me a new track. Let's listen to the new track real quick here, guys, before I go out. Let me see how long this is. Unfinished business. Let's see how long it is. If it's more than 5 minutes, I'll probably skip on it until later, but if it's less than 5, oh, of course it doesn't give me a time. All right, let's listen to this, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and sign off, guys. I'm gonna go to break here. We'll exit out here with Unfinished Business by Funky Pizza Records. I almost said Funcy. right, I'm back. It is time to take a look at our numbers. Let's do that. Take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Uh-oh. I forgot my phone. I'll be right back. Okay. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it set up. Could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that passcode, not a bad idea, as it could help you to still be able to log into your account in case something happens to your primary. Also, please take pictures of your portfolio. If something should happen with your broker, you'll have proof of what it is that you hold prior to the incorrect change. All right. Off exchange by this time of the day, 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX is what I would expect to see. On AMC, we've got 49.31% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 14.13. The combined total 63.44%, or about 0.44% higher than it should be. Pretty close to on target with where it should be at. CHX volume is 0.05 with a 30-day average of 2.46. The total amount of volume is not very high on that exchange right now. On Ape, 66.15% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.16. The combined total 72.31%. There's a massive quantity of volume suppression for price. I shouldn't say volume suppression, price suppression through volume going through these exchanges compared to what we've been seeing from the past. CHX volume is only 100 shares for the day, so nothing unusual going on there. And that the combined amount was 72.31%, which is about, well, gosh, nearly, it's 9.31% higher. It's almost 10%. CHX volume is 0.25 on GME with a 30-day average of 0.19, so definitely some elevated volume going through CHX for GME. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.36 million shares having been returned. It's now 4.78 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 24.32%. Cost to borrow min is at 64.63. Average is 310.17 and max is 328.53. Short share interest, or actually let's start with on loan amount. On loan amount decreased day over day by 9.94 last week on the last day. Ortex estimated that about 3.373 million of that was in short interest that was closed out, leaving us with 160.46 million shares on loan. On Ape, an hour ago there was 189,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It has not changed. That leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.19%. Cost to borrow min's at 2.3, average is 2.63, max is 8.26. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 570,000 shares, bringing us to 23.8 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of call volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 14.4 thousand contracts. It's now 16.4. And on puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike, and we went from 7.7 thousand contracts to 8.6. Market's still suggesting somewhere between $5.50 and a $6 close for the end of the day today. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, we are at $7.54. That is just above the ascending level of, I'm going to call it support now, because we are trading just a fraction of a smidge higher, fraction of a smidgen higher than that number. But as you can see, there's some massive consolidation that's going on right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been on this list for most of the day today. Surprisingly, even with low volume. Still on the list here, we have a 63.29% buy to 36.71% sell ratio. GME and Ape have not been on this list. SSR trips for AMC at $5.30, Ape at 1.404, shares available to borrows at 1.2 million shares. I think that's back down again from the 2.1 that they had returned earlier, so they've borrowed quite a few more shares again for the day today. And fees are dropping from 165 to 153. So what are we looking at here? Another 900,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. That puts us at about 2.8 million shares borrowed so far for the day. That's a lot. NASDAQ is up 0.06, the Dow Jones is down 0.26, and the S&P 500 is down 0.03. We have 3,248 decliners to 3,000 advancers. I think that's about, I think the market was a little bit further declining an hour ago, so it might be doing a little bit better than it was. Taking a look at banks. Biggest movers, FRC is up 5.48, and that might be our only big mover. Charles Schwab is down 3.2. Ethereum Classic is down 2.26. DXY is down 0.04, which is the US dollar is now down. Oil is up 2.81%. Mortgage-backed securities are down about 0.27. SPY is down 0.03. VIX is up 1.45. VBR is down 0.45. VB is down 0.28. Tesla is up 1.19. Amazon is breaking even. Cinemark is up 3.62. Doge is up down 3.97. Bitcoin is down 2.08. GME is up 1.4. HYMC is up 2.83. NCMI is up 3.49. Hood is breaking even. Ape is up 1.08, and AMC is up 1.27. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $2.1 million more outflow than inflow on AMC. 10.31 million shares traded so far for the day today after 232 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 17.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's going to be really close to the 15 to 25 million shares I predicted in the pre-market. I might get AMC right, but I don't think I'm getting Ape right at all on volume. On the 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI at 59.92, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.79, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 58.56, which is above average. Excuse me. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure or more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.99, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $34,000 more. It's less than that. It's like $28,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.19 million shares traded so far after 223 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for actually, sorry, it was 232. putting us on a pace for 5.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely outside the 15 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market. Really surprised to see how much volume just kind of dried up and is non-existent today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.86, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.74, which is above average, slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.01, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.29, which is average. This is one heck of a day for consolidation. I guess they don't want it to be an exciting Monday. Does she know? Does she know that you're saying that, Yaka? Give me just a second here. I'm going to check and see if we've got any news popping up right now. I'm going through looking for any new current articles. The only article that I see right now out right now is 17 hours ago by Market Watch talking about AMC's reaching the deal to settle shareholder lawsuit, which obviously we know is the case. So that's not really new news to us. Papa Mac is saying, just read the letter info. If understand correctly, I should write a letter if I think they should not give special treatment to AMC versus Ape. So apparently there is a chance the judge throws out the case. I mean, you could do that. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier this morning. There would only be 2 reasons. So I can't, like I said before, I can't see any reason why to write something, something in favor of settlement, because that's already what the plaintiff is doing, is arguing the for side of this, to have the settlement go through. But in regards to anybody who would be writing a objection to this, then there would only be 2 reasons that I can think of why you would be objecting. One, you're objecting that you don't think AMC should have to pay anything, or you would be objecting to the idea that not enough money or shares in this particular case, the award is not enough, that it should be more. So Those are the only two reasons why I can see personally why you would write an objection letter. Both stocks might as well be halted the way they are trading. Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? We have AMC at $5.97, up 1.27%. Ape is up 0.87% at 1.574. Let's see here. Kind of curious what what kind of volume the SPY is looking like right now. 26.4 million shares traded on the SPY for it to be down 0.04%. Let's see what kind of pace that would bring us. SPY is looking to trade under 50 million shares today, around 43 million. So if that's the case, if the SPY does trade 43 million for the day today, let's see when was the last time it had 43 million. Wow. The last time it had volume this low in this range is when it traded 30.5 million shares back in November of 2022. It's pretty low volume. What's been halted 22 times today? I don't know what I'm jumping into. You guys are having your own conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. Dr. Zane says, okay, Shaw, here's some encouragement for you. The next 2 months or so, awaiting RS court case, should get even worse with FUD and darkness. Yay! Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything about violins or bells, so not really into those. Buzz and Buzzman says, "What do the FTDs do this week?" Let's pull it up. Ending 5/8. So the next 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the dates here. So the end of this week, there was, at some given point, there was 18 to 17 million shares in failure to delivers that were going to be due by the end of this week. The one thing that you should remember is that over the last month or so, we've seen approximately was it 30 million shares having been returned? No, 40 million shares over the last month. So more than likely, the amount of shares that were needed to complete delivery on these shares here was likely completed, or is thereabouts, anyways. Yeah, it's just time, guys. Just time. You know, it'll happen when it's ready. I don't see any other news. Let me peruse what's being said here on. Pam, I went ahead and wrote back to you. As far as Prometheus goes, he's got a fire flame at the end of his name. Maybe that's part of the reason why he's having problems being seen, but I can guarantee you he is not on my list of people who are being taken out of being able to be seen from chatting. So he's not on my list, and I can't do anything to help him. There's nothing I can do. there's only really two possibilities for why I can think why somebody would not be able to write, and one would be is he's on my list of obviously blocked individuals, but since he's not, then the only possibilities I can think of is that he would have been a name that could have been blocked at one point if he had changed it at some point and got banned, and since has changed his name, and I would have to know what that other name is in order for me to be able to reconcile whether or not he's on that banned list. So um, otherwise, there's nothing I can do. There's absolutely like zero that I can do to look into it because he just does not show up on here. I'm going back to my list for like the fifth time now to verify again. But yeah, he hasn't been on it every single time I've checked in the past, so I don't know why it would be any different this time. But let me check here. Oh, community. Here we go. Actually, I can just show you. I can just show you for a fact that he's not on my list. Oh, can I not show you? Why won't it move? How do I move this? Here we go. Whoa, how did Lowboy get on this? Oh no, that's not the right list. That's the I was looking at the standard moderators. I was like, oh my gosh, how did Lowboy? There's no way he should be on this list. All right, so here's the hidden users, and I'll just scroll through this, and you guys can like just look at the names. Oops, there we go. So I'm at the very top of the list. I can't go back any further up, and I'll just scroll through this so you can see that that name does not exist on my list here. But if he did go by a different name and got banned or blocked under a different name, it's possible that he might be showing up on this list here under the different name. And if he can't tell me what that name is, then I can't help him. He's forever banned. But I'd have to know what I went a little fast there. I'd have to know what that name was in order for me to be able to rectify it. That's the end of the list. He's not there. Joe says bring back the love bots. No, those are so annoying. I hated those. I couldn't stand it. Absolutely, you can, Yukon. Hold on one second. Let me write you in here. Hold on one second. 5:15. Well, all I can say, Pam, is that like I said, the only two possibilities that I can think of is that he was perhaps logged in under a different name at some point and got banned under that different name, and so that is the reason why he's unable to speak here. But I don't know. There's nothing I can do. You could tell him to get rid of the fire at the end of his name. That might be hanging him up a little bit too. I don't know. let me check something because I do know that there's a way to block certain icons from being able to speak, and so that might be part of the reason. Let me check and see here because I know I have a block on certain. There are certain things that I've prevented from being able to be typed in, and that fire might be one of them. And so if his name is part of the, if he gets rid of that fire at the end of his name, he could probably talk. Let me see here. Customized settings. Yep, that fire icon, that icon for the fire is a blocked word. So if he's got that in his name, that could be the other solution. Tell him to get rid of the fire at the end of his name, and maybe he'll show up. But I don't want to show this list here because if I show this list, that could give some people ideas. But the fire, I do have fire blocked though. If you guys try throwing in a fire emoji, it'll probably block it. No, your lips are okay, Dana. They're showing up just fine. But I did block the fire. I think because you're a moderator, Dana, it probably allows you to put it in there. I would imagine if other people who are not here, wait. Now try putting in a fire. See if it works now. It doesn't do anything bad. If you just type it in, it just doesn't show anybody and it doesn't do anything. So if she's typing in a fire right now and we don't see any fire, then that's because it's blocked. Did you put in a fire, Dana? Because none of us saw anything. Try it again and see what happens. Yep, that's what it is. Your fire got blocked. Got a little bit of rundown on AMC here. We're at $5.90, $5.91. One of the things I said we needed to see by the end of the day is staying above 576. So we're still pretty far away from that right now. We're doing pretty good. No, see, there were certain bots. Bots were putting in certain things when they were coming into the chat, and so I was kind of keeping track over time on what they were using, so that I could make sure that anytime they came in here, they would basically like be unseen. And fire was a very common one that was used by bots, so I blocked it. Yeah, for you, Pam, if you put it in because you're a moderator, you can put it in there and it'll allow you to put it in. But it won't let other people because I took Dana off the list of being a moderator. She said she tried 3 times and it didn't show up any of the times. No, you are now. I put it back. I just took you off moderator so I could see if when you put it in again if it would pop up or not, and it didn't. But I don't want to show what the words are that I blocked. You guys you'll have to just take guesses. Are you? Oh, wait. I forgot to put in movie trivia for tomorrow. Hold on a second here. I got to create a poll. So for today, you guys voted in Bruce Almighty, I think. Did we do Bruce Almighty? 1, 2, 3, 4. We did Bruce Almighty already, didn't we? Did we do Bruce Almighty last week? Or do we need are we missing a movie for today that we have to do? Because if we are, I can put one in. We can make it for today. Yeah, we already did it. Okay, so I'll put it in. So the first poll will be for today. I should have done it on Friday, but I forgot to, I guess. And then we've got 3. We got Wreck-It Ralph. Oops. And we've got Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Scoundrels. I think it's Scoundrels, if I'm not mistaken. And then after Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, we got Big. And the last movie is Raiders of the Lost Ark. Did we do Raiders of the Lost Ark? Why do I feel like we did Raiders of the Lost Ark? Maybe not. All right, so those are the ones for today. If you guys vote on those, we'll do movie trivia. It's not too far away from now. Actually, this is going to be for tomorrow. We're going to skip movie trivia today. And the reason for that is that at 2 o'clock today, we've got Manjits is going to come in and talk about the financials. So we'll do movie trivia tomorrow. Start it up tomorrow, and we'll do the last 4 days of this week. So this will be for the movie for tomorrow. Which one? Human Centipede? That was the grossest or most disturbing. Man, there's like I can think of so many other more disturbing movies. That's weird. I mean, I just felt like there was like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of other. I could scar you for life, though. I mean, if you thought that one was bad, I could probably scar you for life. I'll have to come up with a list for you, but which I can't do on the fly. There's no way. But I feel like there's. I mean, I don't know. I was more scarred from Event Horizon than probably any other movie I can think of. But if you the problem is most people when they try to go back and watch Event Horizon, you can't see Event Horizon the same way that it was originally released, and every other version that I've ever seen of it's not nearly as scary as I recall it in the movie theaters. So it's not even the same. You're welcome, Pam. Glenn says Apocalypse Now is really dark and heavy. I'm trying to think of hmm. Let me ponder on it. I don't do well putting on the spot, but I'm probably pretty sure I could come up with a list of movies that are if that was horrifying to you, I could probably come up with a list of movies that'll probably really horrify you. You know, I don't think I've seen that one, Glenn. I keep meaning to go watch it, and I keep forgetting to. It's like I always sit down to hey, let's go watch a movie kind of thing, right? And we always stick to like the regular things that we're always thinking about at the time, which is like some kind of TV series or something, right? But and then I always forget about Apocalypse Now, and I want to go back and watch that because I don't think I've ever seen it. Andrew says Buzz Lightyear was horrifyingly bad. Does that count? How did you not like that movie? I thought Buzz Lightyear was a great movie for kids. I liked it, Andrew. I thought it was good. Hold on a second here. I'll type this in. Uh, I'm looking up the 10 scariest horror movies, and I think this isn't gonna be anything. Yeah, this is gonna be a lame list. We don't want this. It's because we're not really looking for horror. We're looking for disturbing. None of this is really that disturbing that I'm looking at here. These are all kind of stupid in regards to like being horrific. Yeah, none of that's worth even mentioning. Um, Somebody already mentioned Tusk, and that does show up here on a different search that I just did. Um, I haven't seen that one. I quite personally think that you could probably go watch any Final Destination movie, and some of those are like I find those to be more disturbing than the Human Centipede. Sinister, Inside. I'm looking through the different list here of just disturbing movies, and I'm not seeing anything that I would put on the list for you to watch. How about let me see if I've seen this one. I may have not seen that. Never mind. I got one here called Bite. I don't think I've seen this though. Let's see if we can find an IMDb on this. It's not rated. Came out in 2015. I haven't seen this one though, so I can't really say. It only got IMDb rating is only a 4.9 out of 10. Let's see what Human Centipede is, just out of curiosity. I doubt that got a very good rating either. At 4.4. Yeah, it's this is the one thing that I find about horror slash demented movies is that they don't really get a fair beat when it comes to movie rating because not everybody's into that kind of stuff, and it's like, of course you're not gonna like it, but maybe you shouldn't be voting on it if you don't like that kind of movie. Stay out of the voting if you don't like that kind of genre movie. Hmm. I don't know. I guess I was more fascinated by it than anything, Dana. I was like, huh, I wonder if you could do that to people. Of course, I've the logistics in my head were sitting there going like, this isn't possible. Nope, nope, this isn't possible. You couldn't possibly. I start thinking about, like just a lot of different things that would be involved in trying to get that to work. And I'm sitting there going like, nope, you couldn't do it. There's no way. Casey, I'd want to be the first or up front. Manjit, how's it going? Are we doing this now, Manjit? Because you said two, and I wasn't sure if you meant two your time or two my time. Because if we're doing it two your time, then I got to get through the numbers real quick first here before I can bring you on. Raiders of the Lost Ark is winning right now. That's good. That's a good movie. It wasn't my favorite out of the four. I know there's five. Oh wait, no, there is four. There's four. Out of the four, wait, is there four or five now? There's four. Four? Shoot, I can't remember how many there are. Hold on a second. I can't believe I don't know this. 1, 2, 3. Last Crusader. 4. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I remember that one. Okay, so we're coming. Yeah, it was 4. So it's 5 is coming out. I'm sitting here going like I feel like I'm losing my mind here. I was going like it's only been 4, right? 2 was not my favorite out of the first 4. But I have to say that 4 was pretty bad. I didn't like it. I'm not a big, huge fan of Shia LaBeouf. So 4 actually ends up going at the bottom only because the movie actually really wasn't that bad. But I don't know. Temple of Doom was just, I mean, it was not my favorite of the very first 3 at all. But somehow with Shia LaBeouf, 4 managed to make it to the bottom of the list. So, but 1 and 3, The Last Crusade and just the very first one, Raiders of Lost Ark, was probably my favorite too. Well, The Last Crusade was my favorite one. That was by far my favorite. But I think it's only because of Sean Connery. We can do 2 your time. Okay, cool. Awesome. That works out better because I can take a break and then come back from break, do numbers, and then we can just get straight on to you, and then we'll skip the movie today. We'll do the movie for tomorrow, or movie quiz for tomorrow and through Friday instead. So we'll have a day off on movie trivia today. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here real quick so I can go back to break and knock that out so we can get Manjit on here and start talking about some of our numbers. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. So all those personal thoughts, comments, and questions or concerns until you see that happen. Let's get into this. Starting right now at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I would expect to see about 64% combined on off-exchange and EDGX. Right now on off-exchange on AMC, we're at 49.1%. EDGX is 13.95. The combined total is 63.05, so it's about 1% less than what it should be. CHX is 0.06 with a 30-day average of 2.46. So low numbers there. On Ape, 66.62%. Going into off-exchange, EDGX is 5.91. The combined total 72.53%. So we're looking at 8.53% higher than it should be. CHX volume is pretty low, 100 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. CHX for GME is at 0.27 with a 30-day average of 0.19. So definitely elevated volume coming out of CHX on GME. AMC's shares having been borrowed versus returned an hour ago is 4.78 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 4.79. Not much of a change. That should cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to stay right where it is at 24.41%. Cost to borrow mins at 64.63, average is 310.25, and max is 328.53%. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 9.94 million shares. Vortex estimated that about 3.373 million of that was in short interest that was closed out, leaving our shares on loan at 160.46 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, borrowed change amount, there was 189,000 shares having been borrowed. That is exactly the same where it was an hour ago. These are estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.19%. Let's see here. Cost to borrow mins at 2.3, average is 2.63, and max is 8.26. Shares on loan decreased by 570,000 shares, putting our shares on loan to 23.8 million shares on loan. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume is at a $6 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 16.4 thousand contracts. There's now 19,000 contracts. For puts, highest amount of puts is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 8.6 thousand contracts. There's now 9.4. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.38. We are getting that push down that I was kind of expecting to see at market open, but we didn't end up seeing it. But we're really, really close to breaking down to back down to that 715 range where we were before. I had it set a close for about 710 by the end of the day, which would have put us just about where we touched off of in the pre-market hours. So I think we are kind of heading back in that direction. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. AMC has been the only one of those three that has been on this list for the day-to-day, even with low amounts of volume, which is unusual. But we are second to last on this list here with a 64.69% buy to 35.31% sell ratio. SSR trips at $5.30 for AMC, Ape at 1.404. Shares available to borrow is at 1.2 million shares in total. We've seen so far for the day about 2.8 million shares borrowed. Yeah, no new change in the last hour. NASDAQ is down 0.23, Dow Jones is down 0.4, S&P 500 is down 0.21. We have 3,436 decliners to 2,834 advancers. Market is definitely on a decline right now. It's not just AMC. Banks, big movers, Silvergate's down 4.47. PacWest is up 4.17. Zion is up 4.31. No other big movers. Ethereum Classic is down 5.61. Getting a big move on Ethereum Classic here. I was looking to see a test off the bottom of this wedge here at least once more before maybe seeing a bounce up. Big jump down 5.68. We're getting some big moves here. DXY is currently up 0.06. Oil is up 1.99. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.34 to 0.35. SPY down now 0.23, taking a pretty big hit here. VIX is down 0.23. VBR is down 0.41. VB is down 0.45. Tesla is up 0.16. Amazon is down 0.19. Cinemark is up 1.86. Doge is down 7.31. Bitcoin is down 3.7% at 27.4K a coin. This is the one where I was mentioning to you guys that I felt like we should see this probably drop down to within a day or two to around perhaps maybe somewhere as low as anywhere from 25.4K a coin to 26.8. It's kind of I'm looking for some consolidation kind of in that range for until at least until the end of this month. And then GME is up 0.22, HYMC is up 2.14, NCMI is up 3.52, HUD is down 0.06, Ape is up 0.65 at 1.57, AMC is down 1.21. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. $2.4 million more outflow than inflow. 12.13 million shares traded so far after 282 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 16.77 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is still within that 15 to 25 million shares that I suggested. It's very likely that we'll see my prediction in volume for AMC, but Ape, on the other hand, not so much the case. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than our RSI of 53.42, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our RSI of 47.59, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than our RSI of 45.14, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.39, signaling oversold. On Ape, there is approximately, it's not quite, but almost $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.64 million shares traded so far after 282 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 5.03 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 15 and 25. We are not seeing that pre-market volume that we should have been seeing. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.8, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.76, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.92, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.5, which is average. Nice little push down there. My goodness. That came out of nowhere. Be interesting to see what the market decided. Why specifically then that the market decided to kind of see some volume here. Started right around like 1342. Meanwhile, Ape's just barcoding like crazy. Always learning, always saving says it happened pretty much market wide. Yeah, AMC really started kind of heading down at about 1343. Let's take a look at the SPY. Probably right around like 1404. So AMC started seeing the move before the SPY did. Let's see what the dollar was doing. Dollar started ripping at about 1322. The obvious trend difference started maybe about 1325. What did I say for AMC? Hold on, let me go back to AMC and see what it was. $13.43. I wrote it down. So the U.S. dollar started moving first, and just looking at it, just comparing, it really started moving first, and I would say the big move started about 13.25. So let me write that down. DXY, and then oil. It looks like it's been trading about the. Oh man, is it gonna rip? If the dollar is gonna rip, then that means the market's going down. What you doing? Where's the dollar going? Wow. Okay. Let's go. Oil. Not really anything there to discern. Mortgage-backed securities are dead. Nothing really to show there. Ethereum started the move. Let's see when it started. Hard to say, but I'm going to go with 1757 compared to 1817, not that long ago. It's more of a lagging indicator, I think, right now. Bitcoin, Doge. All right, time to start looking for some news. What's going on here? Dana, take care. Hmm. It was a quick little pop, though, wasn't it? Let's take a look at one more thing here. I'm going to go back over to the US dollar on this real fast. I want to see if this is going to just absolutely start ripping here. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, it was a quick little. It was a quick little. I don't know if any of you guys ever cook. Well, I mean, if you do any cooking whatsoever, and you cook in, say, like grease or something like that, it's like when I deep fry turkeys. If there's like a cold spot in the turkey, or maybe a pocket of juices or something that's kind of in a colder spot in the turkey, when the oil gets to it, kind of explodes for like a quick second, because the oil and the moisture doesn't really like interact very well together. So you end up getting like this like quick bubbling up, like all of a sudden the oil starts activating, and starts getting a little more violent and everything, and it's almost as if something happened where we just saw like some kind of something popped. We saw a little bit of activity, some violent move kind of happening really quickly, and then a stabilization after the violent move there, and then maybe perhaps now a recovery from that, whatever it was that happened. But I'll try and see if I can't find something on the news while I'm on break here. Maybe we can look some stuff up while I'm on break, and we'll figure out what happened. But we hit our water pocket. All right, I'm gonna head to break. Ah, yeah, I'm gonna take it out. Always learning. All right, I'm going to break. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. We're going to try and run through these numbers as fast as possible so that we can get to the numbers here. Give me 1 second. The other numbers. Let's see here. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Taking you guys over the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we're currently at 49.01% on off exchange. EDGX is 13.57. The combined total 62.58%, or about 3.42% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.05 with a 30-day average of 2.45, so nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, 64.03% of our volume is going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.48. The combined total 70.51%, or about 4.51% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is pretty much non-existent, and on GME, CHX volume is elevated today with 0.27% of the total daily volume going through that exchange, with a 30-day average of 0.19. A little bit elevated. On AMC, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 4.79 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 3.02, which means more shares have been borrowed again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 24.44%. Cost per mins at 64.63, average is 310.57, and max is 328.53. Day over day on loan amount decreased by 9.94 million shares. Vortex estimating that about 3.373 of that was in short interest that was closed out, putting us at 160.46 million shares on loan. On Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 189,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day. It's been that way most of the day. No change, which leaves our estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.19%, cost per min at 2.3, average 2.63, and max 8.26. Shares on loan for the day decreased by 570,000 shares to 23.8 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume that we've had for strike price of 6 increased from 19,000 contracts to 22. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $5.50 strike for went from 9.4 thousand in volume to 11,000. Market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC and Ape, or AMC rather, to be somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. Current price of AMC and Ape combined is at $7.45. That's about 35 cents higher than what I expected us to see before close. We did break down below this ascending level of support that we had from earlier, and did find a little bit of recovery off of almost bottoming at 735, but bouncing back up a little bit with about 45 minutes left of trading here in this trading day, not including the aftermarket hours. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC has been on this list most of the day today. We have a 67.06% buy to 32.94% sell ratio. Ape and GME did not make this list. SSR trigger price is at $5.30. Ape is at 1.404. Shares available to borrow is at 1.2 million. That has not changed for quite a while. The last time it was there were some borrows that occurred was around 12:16 this afternoon, or Eastern Standard Time. We've got 2.8 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Nasdaq is up 0.13. Dow Jones is down 0.17. The S&P 500 is up 0.03. We have 3,210 decliners to 3,076 advancers. I think the market's doing a little bit better than it was an hour ago, but still more on the declining side than advancing side. Banks, biggest movers. FRC is up 11.42. Silvergate's down 4.48. PacWest is up 3 points, all over the place, 6.5. Other big movers, Zion is up 3.75. Charles Schwab is down 2.91. That's about it. Ethereum Classic is down 3.62. It was a little bit worse than that earlier, but has recovered somewhat. The US dollar is up 0.16. WTI or oil is up 1.41. Mortgage-backed securities are now down anywhere from 0.45 to 0.46, and SPY is now down 0.01 for the day-to-day on pretty low volume. VIX is down 1.28, VBR is down 0.25, VB is down 0.2, Tesla is up 0.58, Amazon is up 0.04, Cinemark is up 1.89, Doge is down 6.17, Bitcoin is down 3.8, GME is up 0.73, HYMC is up 0.47, NCMI is down 1.19, HOOD is up 0.06, Ape is up 0.76 at 1.572, and AMC is down 0.44 at 5.86. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, about almost $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 13.68 million shares traded so far for the day today, with 348 minutes worth of trading having expired. We're on pace for 15.33 shares traded by the end of the day today. I think I'll hit the volume prediction on the low end. Won't hit it on Ape though. Can almost guarantee that. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.21, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.79, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.99, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.76, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately 200 and we'll just call it $250,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.91 million shares traded so far for the day today. Man, the volume still, it's even worse now. Holy crap, it is really low. 3.91 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 349 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 4.36 million shares traded by the end of the day. It is just absolutely horrific volume today on Ape. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.53, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's just a hair smidgen more here of more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.42, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.32, which is slightly below average. All right. With that, I'm going to go back in the back of the Big Tramp, meet up with Manjit, and talk about our numbers. And I should probably pull up, in case there's anything in particular that she wants to talk about with the numbers, I can pull it up and then show you guys. Let's do the 10Q. My guess is I'll ask her, but my guess is she's probably going to be pulling the 10Q for this. It's a little more comprehensive. Or maybe she'll just do the breakdown sheet. That's a possibility too. Amended annual report. No, not that one. The current report filing. I'll just pull them both up here. All right, cool. I'm ready to go. Oh, she's just posting it in the, there we go. I'll open that one. Perfect. I'm not sure which version I like better, but this one is definitely more blown up than the version that I opened up, so this works. All right, hop on in the back of the big tramp and let's talk about it. All right, hop on in the back of the big tramp and first, Manjit, I'm gonna toast to numbers because I like them. So cheers.
We do like them this quarter.
Hmm?
I say we do like them this quarter.
Mm.
They are much better than the last quarter, so we are happy.
Let me make sure I turned your sound up here a little bit because I think you might be a little soft. Go ahead and say something real quick for me so I can. Okay, yeah, I think that should be a little bit better.
What I was saying is we should toast to our numbers because they are much better than last quarter.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I'll put up the page over here to the side, and if there's a specific spot that you want me to drive to, I'll let you steer this boat.
Well, you don't have to do that. What I was going to do is just talk about in general to see what if people were confused or if they had any questions about what was going on, because we all are aware that our revenue went up by 21.5%, which was 954.4 million compared to what it was last quarter, March of 2022, which was 785.7. The good thing about the revenue that I really liked when I was looking at the 10Q, was that most of the revenue increase that we see is in the food and beverages. And the funny part is that food and beverage, which went up to 328.7 million comparative to 252.2 million, it does not include our popcorn sales yet.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit. Couldn't find anything regarding the popcorn sales. And then since you did a great job of explaining to me why that might be the case, do you mind repeating that so that everybody else can hear it too? Because I had mentioned to you that it was only the last week of the quarter the AMC actually had sales of popcorn through Walmart. Why do you think, or why would you project that there's a possibility why that didn't show up on the quarterly?
There's only one possibility. What happens in food industry is whenever food and any kind of food, perishable, non-perishable, whatever the food is, it all have expiry date. So what happens is, let's say Walmart decided to buy from AMC and say, hey, I want 20 million bags or whatsoever. They are not entitled to pay AMC or the producer right away until they have made the sales. As the sales are made, that's when they pay back and say, hey, we have sold this much food. Let's say expiry date is nearby or whatsoever, then Walmart doesn't take that loss in some cases. So it all depends on what kind of contract they have with Walmart.
Right. So more than likely, we'll be seeing all of those numbers in the next quarterly filing then.
We should be seeing those numbers in the second quarter, June. By the end of June, whenever we will have that end of June, we should be able to see the popcorn sales from Walmart and whatsoever. And we will also see the expense of on the other side, saying what we paid, what our cost was, and what we sold for. So it will show in our profits. So that will be in June sometime. The other biggest thing that I wanted to bring up was the EPS, earnings per share.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at 2022 March, our EPS was loss of 33 cents per share, whereas right now we have EPS of 0.17, which is also a loss, but we have basically cut our losses in half. So if we go at the pace that we are going, it's very possible by the end of this year we will have positive EPS.
Yeah.
And who knows, we might have a positive EPS in the third quarter instead of waiting till the end of this year's last quarter in December, because now we have more popcorn was not part of the revenue before at at the pace that it is now, because now it's available everywhere.
Right. Do you
So
remember?
that's
I can't remember this off the top of my head, but do you remember how many units of popcorn they had mentioned that they were selling to Walmart? Or I haven't really I don't remember what it was, but I'm just kind of curious if you remember off the top of your head.
I don't remember top of my head what I don't remember. I don't remember. I listened in, but I don't remember how much popcorn they sold to Walmart, because I think at this time that is the only retailer we are dealing with.
Yeah.
They are not available at Target or anywhere else. Possibly, who knows, going forward they might do that. But right now it is just with the Walmart. The other thing I wanted to talk about was if we look at the balance sheet and we look at our liquid cash and liquidity. So the other good thing that they did, Adam did this time, was that they repurchased a 99.4 million principal amount of second lien note. So they had a note out there that was due for 99.4 million, which was due in 2026 sometime. But because of the situation, and because he had enough cash or whatever, he was able to buy that back. So now instead of 99.4 million, we settled for 54.8 million. So that saved us almost like 40 million, I would say. If I'm doing my math right. And I'm not having a drink.
I'll drink one for you.
Those are some points that makes me feel like, okay, we shouldn't be worried about what's going to happen, because you know how that thing on Robinhood that AMC is going to go through bankruptcy and all that stuff. We are nowhere near there. We are in a much better position. The momentum that AMC is having, just looking at the EPS from 33 cents to 17 cents, that should speak a lot by itself.
So, I mean, we improved by, if my math is right, 16. Is that 16? Hold on a second here. 0.33 minus, yeah, 16.
50%.
Yeah, 0.616, right? So if we're at 0.17 now and we're at 0.16 and we have a better Q3 than we had in Q2, is it? I guess the question is would it be feasible that we would be able to? How much did we improve by? Could we improve by that much more going into Q2? Is that?
See, my assumption is that we could improve by Q2 to a certain extent. It might not be EPS negative 0.17. I am sure that it is going to be less than 0.17. But the thing is, we have to understand, when the money is coming into the company, it is not going all towards. It's also going to different expenses. It's also going to buy the debt and stuff like that. So because we need to decrease our debt, we still have a lot of debt on our books. So it depends how they use the money.
Yeah.
It will all depend. But with the way, means, look at this way. We are profitable this quarter, comparative to last quarter.
Yeah.
So that speaks a lot about it. Means the biggest point was that our revenue increased by 21.5%. Our net loss improved, even though we are still in a loss on the net loss amount. Last quarter it was 235 million, and this quarter it's 101 million. So that we also slashed in half.
I'm actually scrolling down here, and if I remember correctly, and I think we talked about this, but we have less movie theaters this time.
We have less movie theaters. But we have more screens. We did talk about it, and I think it's down here. And we also got rid of that Saudi. You know how we had those partnership with the Saudi AMCs in Saudi, and we sold that. We came out of that, and I think. Let me check how much was that. I think that was like $30 million, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to see here.
Yeah, I'm looking up the theater information as well.
Because I'm not sure why they got rid of the Saudi AMCs. Maybe it was not making enough money. I didn't find a lot on it, but I know that they got out of that partnership, and I think it was around $30 million.
Can I just
If you
say,
look,
if there's one specific thing that I have gotten way better at over this entire 2 years that I probably would never say that I've was good at before, is I find my way around 8Ks and 10Qs so much better than I ever had in the past. Almost like
it's not,
it's
it's
like a
not
second nature almost now.
it is not very difficult if people just pay attention. That's why when people are looking at the share price and they're like, oh, it's red and it's green. Like for me, when I'm looking at a screen, the share price doesn't matter to me because I'm well aware of what it is, what is going on. So when as or shareholders become more aware of these things, they are not going to be scared of this. Hedges should be scared of it, not us. We did nothing wrong. We just buying. You know, we didn't do anything.
It says here that there's no wait, hold on a second. I've got the screens listed here. Screens per theater, number of theaters operated. Okay, so we went from 587 theaters operated to 578, which means that we dropped by 9 theaters. But the average screen per theater actually, okay, it did drop by 0.1. It went from 13.1 to 13, so just a small drop there. So whatever movie theaters we lost in those 9 movie theaters. Go ahead.
What page are you looking at?
I'm actually not on that one that you sent out in the link. I'm actually on I don't know if this is the 10K or the
10K.
10K. This might be the 8K, but it's on page 40. Hold on a second. It's the 10Q. Sorry, I said 10K. It's 10Q. It's on page 40.
So if you look page 40, I'm looking at page 36 and 37.
Yep, I'm on it.
So I do see the page. I do see the page 40 where it says, you know, like for example, they did not do any additions this year. This quarter, they didn't do any additions. Screen acquisitions, they didn't do any screen acquisitions. They did screen dispositions in U.S. market, and they did screen dispositions in international market. So consolidated, even though they did disposition of screens, but we are still 208 screen comparative to 218 screen in 2022. So maybe these screens that we disposed, they were not generating enough revenue for us. So that could be the reason that happened.
And from March 2022 versus March 2023, we went from 39 million attendance to 47.6 million in attendance, which is a pretty big jump there. Almost nearly 10 million increased heads walking into the movie theaters to see movies. So that's not bad.
Yes, there's lots of movies that's coming. But see, there was a time when there was not that many movies coming up. But now, if you see, the momentum have begun. Like there's new movie coming all the time. So that's why it means there's lots of people who are going watching movies, and especially us apes. You know, especially all of us. We always go with families and friends and all that stuff. You know, people like me who don't go watch much, I would go. So that makes the difference. But if you look on page number 36, if you look at page number 36, the movie screens, it also breaks it down with what kind we have: IMAX, Dolby, dine-in, premium seating. There are also like theaters where they offer alcohol and stuff like that. So US market, it was 350. We increased by 8. International market, we decreased by 6, not 6.5. So we decreased by 5. But recliner seats operated 3518 comparative 3395. That's another 100 and some screens. We are going
seats.
At the end of the day when I look at
that is screens. Never mind. You're right. Screens. Wow.
Yeah, at the end of the day, when I'm looking at the financials, even though our stock price is low, even though whatever is manipulation is going on, when I'm looking at the fundamentals, I know that I'm not at a loss when I'm investing in the company.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what matters. And means look at our progress. Forget about everything else. Look at the EPS. Look at the EPS and look at how much debt we have decreased.
Yeah.
Our net loss last year in March was 235 million. This year is 101 million. That is 115 million. That is, that's taken care of. So I really think we are in a good condition. We are going there. We are getting there. And I personally really feel maybe by my understanding is by the end of this year, the latest, I would say that we should have a positive EPS. It can be earlier, depending on what kind of business or popcorn is doing and other. We also have that A list. Lots of people are going there. And so that is also increasing. But what I'm saying is like, it all depends how company will like to use the money. Do they want to pay down the debt? Do they want to acquire something? It will all depend. Like what will be left for earnings per share, like, what that number will be. But I am pretty sure that this can go away. The negative 0.13, that can go away. It can become positive.
I think so
Look
too.
at our international market attendees. Forget about just US. US increased by 21%, whereas international market also increased by almost 15%.
Arthur's saying, wasn't the Saudi deal a license deal and will continue to bring in money for AMC? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think it was. If it was going to continue to bring money in for AMC, then why would we receive $30 million from Saudi Entertainment? We received $30 million from Saudi Entertainment Ventures, which was a joint venture partner, as AMC begins to transition from a management investment role to a pure licensing relationship. So it depends on the contract. Have we looked at the contract? We don't know. I haven't looked at it, so I'm not going to say I did. So what happens is when it's a company, when it says it is only based on license relationship, yes. If in Saudi they are using AMC license to use our name, or if they are using our license to do the showings of the movies and stuff like that, yes, we do get some percentage. I am not aware of the percentage, because if you look at the I'm looking at what is this called? I'm looking at the actual release, Exhibit 99.1, Investors Relation, the file that Adam Aaron used to go over stuff. That's what I'm looking at. I sent it to you in the links, the first attachment. So yes, according to because they will be using our license, we should be entitled to certain percentage. I'm just not sure what percentage. But we have ended the joint venture for the management and investment. So we are not an investment. We are not an investor in them anymore, and we don't manage them anymore. They are pure licensing relationship. That's it, what we have with them now.
Yep.
So that can vary depending on what their rules and regulations are over there, or what kind of contract they have. That's what will matter.
Well, that's great. I mean, I think it's probably a good thing because we don't have to manage it, right? AMC can make an income off of it without actually having to manage. I feel like in some cases licensing fees that a company can bring in is almost like easy money, because there's nothing you have to do other than probably make sure that they're keeping up with expectations on the delivery of presentation, and that's probably about it. And it's
what happens is we basically take a risk off the table in a way, because we are not financially invested in it. We are not financially invested in it. We are not giving them money to run those places and stuff like that. Right. So that's what matters. So it's like a passive income. It's like a passive income that they will just have to pay us because they're using our license.
Yeah, I like it.
So that's what's going to happen. That's what's going on with them. And I was looking at also the international, how we talked about the conversion rate, and so because I think it went up. I'm trying to see where it is. You know how when the different currencies and they get converted over to US, once that revenue comes up, then there's some conversion. So that's not a whole lot. That was a little bit, but I just can't find which line item. So we are in a, what I wanted to say was we are in a very good position.
I think so.
Comparative to where we were. Yeah. It means.
Go ahead.
That's okay.
No, I was just going to say that if anybody has any questions in regards to the quarterly that you were wanting to ask, we can definitely take a look at it. And then also Yucca's back here in the back of the Big Tramp as well. You're more than welcome to ask any questions, Yucca, that you might have. Jay Midro says you're sharp. He's complimenting you.
Thank you.
It is
And
nice to
last time
have
when
you to be able to help us decipher some of these.
Sometimes it gets, the only thing is sometimes as a everyday investor, it becomes very kind of like confusing for what exactly are they doing and what's going on. Like last time, you remember we were talking about that, hey, they have lots of lease expenses and stuff like that. But then people, when they were looking at it, they didn't look at the other side of the balance sheet to see it was offsetting financial lease liabilities and operating lease liabilities and stuff like that. So if I can help people understand what exactly goes in this business and how this is presented, then people will have more faith. Means we all have a lot of faith. That's why we are invested. It just gives us that good feel to be like, okay, we are fine. We are going to be stable. Everything's going to be just fine, even though Robinhood says whatever they want to say. So
what do you think about
that's
that?
my whole purpose is that. And then sometimes all the shills will start talking like, oh, AMC have so much debt. Well, you know what? You and me have debt. We still live, right? There's a good debt, there's bad debt, and there is debt to run the business. You cannot run the business without debt.
Yeah.
So people need to understand that there's two sides of the coin. Don't just look at the debt. Look at how far have we come. Just like in our personal lives, when I am doing financial coaching for people, I always teach them, like, don't just look at like, oh, I still have so much debt. Look at how far you have come.
What was our worst
So
EPS? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I
don't remember.
I wonder what our worst EPS was.
I don't remember. I know we didn't do a quarterly overview last time for some reason. I don't know if I was busy or whatsoever. I don't remember. But this is pretty good. I don't think I have seen 17 cents in a while. So this is pretty good. And if anybody have questions, they can always ask in the chat. Not a problem at all. Or they can always ask me in Discord. That's not a problem at all.
Cool. Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Did we have any other, have you heard any rumblings about people talking about debt for leasing? Because I know we talked about that last time, and I haven't heard anybody talking about that anymore. So I feel like that's kind of like
people are not talking about it because they understand what in the world is going on. There's two kinds of leases: operating leases and capital leases. Operational leases always go on balance sheet as long as the lease is more than 12 months. And if the lease is more than 12 months and it have operational side, it also have an expense side. The reason they put it, okay, if you have an operating lease, for example, on our balance sheet, when I look at it, we have 3740. And then when I'm looking at the other side of finance liability leases, not operating leases liabilities, that is 4172. Yes, there's a little bit of difference, but it might be sitting here or there. It might be in the financial lease section, or it might be sitting in some other section on here on the liability side. What people need to understand about leasing is you can't just show expenses. Let's say they don't add. The reason why people are not asking that question is now they understand that they have an asset side and a liability side. Before, people are saying, oh, we have so much expense for leasing. So The basic thing for every business 101, whenever you have a business, you have an expense, and when you have an expense, you have a debt. Nobody have lots of money to invest into businesses. That's why we go and get loans. That's why we always go to the banks and say, hey, we need a loan, we are starting this business. That's why government always have these programs for, like, if you are a small business owner, you always go to the government, and they always, they have different criterias. If you meet those criterias, you can always get funding from those things. So doesn't matter this business, AMC, doesn't matter Tesla, doesn't matter any other, we all have certain liabilities and certain expenses and certain debts. It's cost of doing business.
Yeah.
So people don't need to worry about it. People just need to buy and hold, and let's just see what happens. I'm hoping that next quarter is going to be better than this one.
You heard in the I don't know if you heard in the meeting, Adam Aaron was talking about doing their own candy. This is now so now they did popcorn, credit cards, and now they're talking about going to candy and doing their own candy. Is there do you see any drawbacks from a company who's primarily a form of entertainment moving into different or branching out to different things like food services?
They're somehow still related to theaters. We go to watch movies. We are sitting there for 2 hours. We need popcorn. We need candy. We need soda. We need 20 million other things because we are too spoiled nowadays. But we buy what? Candy bars. We are buying all these chocolates and stuff like that and those things. So why can't we put AMC brand on it and buy it from there so that the revenue goes to us? It's not like they're selling it in the stores right away. They're going to sell it in the theaters first, right?
I don't know. That's a great question.
And the other thing people need to remember, okay, I am not sure. I do know that we buy corn from certain place. They have been our vendor for so long and blah, blah, blah. I don't remember all that story. But let's say we go and we want to buy Milky Ways or M&Ms or whatsoever. Do you think they're going to go to a special factory? No, they're going to go to the same factory and they're just going to say, hey, we want to launch our candy and we want a candy like Milky Way. And it will probably be Milky Way and they just wrap it in AMC. That's how this business works. Yeah, so there's not different factories. There's not different factories for your stuff. It's the same factory, same ingredients. They're just putting your labels on it. That's it, what they are doing. That's how this, for example, totally off the topic, but the cosmetic industry for women, it's like all these things, all these different brands, people go and they want to buy this, and this. It's the same damn brand. You can pay $20 at Walmart, or you can go to Sephora and pay $50. It's the same thing. Different bottle, different label.
My wife would say otherwise. I am telling you right now.
For example, just for example, for sunglasses, some people are crazy about sunglasses. They will buy Ray-Ban, they'll buy Prada, they'll buy this and this. 99% of these companies are owned by Luxottica. There's only one company who owns all of this.
I think
to create
there is differences, but it's not major. I know what you're saying.
It's not major. The cost of the manufacturing cost is not as much as all these other steps. So the candy starts at the factory. That's where they start making the candy. The candy then it's a supply chain process. That's why by the time it gets to the consumer, the cost becomes higher. Otherwise, these things doesn't cost a lot to make them. Candy shouldn't cost you more than 50, 60 cents to produce, if that. But by the time it hits Walmart's shelves and I'm buying one, it's like $129, $189, So it's all the cost, because at every step, everybody needs to make some dough.
I need to make some dough.
But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I do.
So it doesn't matter which way we go. which way we go for the business. They can do candies, they can do popcorns, like they have reclining things. I even saw somebody that they might, I think it was the Apes Idea Center or something, Idea people. They were saying they should have like a vending machine for blankets,
Yes,
like
yes,
small
yes.
blankets.
Yep.
That's kind of cute. That's a nice idea. So anything that relates to your business and anything where people will buy, why not?
Yeah.
So it's not it doesn't hurt us to try.
I think, I mean, as long as they're not wrapped into some kind of contract or something like that, it sure doesn't. You're right. You're absolutely right. Go for it.
It doesn't. Yeah, it is. I think them creating candies, I mean, they are having these popcorns and everything. I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea. It will do whatever can help us get out of debt. It's like us having a side gig so that we can make some extra money to pay our debt. So that's what's going on. But I really think, and I have full faith that in quarter two, second quarter, we should see some good numbers, some very good numbers.
I hope so. I
Yeah.
think once Adam Aaron, I think Q2 is going to look a lot better than Q1. But I think that once Adam Aaron can raise the capital that he needs to potentially pay down some debt. I don't expect him to pay it all down, but to pay off some debt, I think that we'll be seeing profitable quarters very soon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very soon. Next quarter is going to be much better. Means, look at, people were making so much big fuss about popcorn in Walmart and everything, and look at all of us. We went and bought bags. Some people bought tons of bags, and that money is not in our financials yet. So we will see that next quarter.
I'm looking forward to it.
Me too. Me too.
I'm trying to find sugar prices right now. I don't have the chart pulled up right in front of me here, but 44 minutes ago, sugar prices fall back on dollar strength. So apparently, as the dollar was rising, sugar number 5, or SWQ23, did not trade with markets closed in the UK for the United Kingdom's for the UK for the King's coronation. Sugar prices Monday posted moderate losses as a stronger dollar sparked long liquidation in sugar futures. Sugar prices are also under pressure, and farmer hedge selling ahead of the upcoming Brazil's sugar harvest. So it sounds like the sugar prices are down. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick here. Well, this doesn't really look down to me. Hold on one second here. It's at 715.70. I don't think is that the chart? I'm not sure if they've got the right chart here. Hold on a second. And speaking of sugar, I mean, this is, after all, what AMC would have to consider as part of the cost for their making of the candy too.
Well, candy is already overpriced. It doesn't cost them to make it that much. Like, do you know some of these things that we buy on daily basis, they have a markup of like almost 100%, sometimes couple 100%.
This is.
But by the way,
Go ahead.
I also wanted to in the 10Q, they also told us that they acquired 3 more theaters.
Oh, okay.
They acquired 3 more theaters, which they did it as of March 31st, 2023. Basically, it's a lease, so they did lease for 3 more theaters.
Okay. Sugar
will
futures are
see
sitting at 715.70 with the average price chart for 5 prior August contracts at 455. So sugar's still pretty high up there right now. It hasn't fallen back down yet. Anyways, it's about
Well,
that time.
let's see how it, when it's, yeah, it's about that time for you to close the stream. So we will see. If anybody have any questions, they can feel free and ask in the chat or in Discord. So thank you.
Thanks, Benjit. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, we're getting about 2 minutes away from the end of the day here. Runscape Killer, not a problem, man. Thanks to all you guys. You guys are all participants in this, and a lot of you guys have a lot to share. So we all do our own little thing. Every single one of us, even if it's just buying and holding, you're doing your thing. So thank you. C&H sugar is produced where? South America? I don't know. Where is it produced? I don't know where the large quantity is produced here in the U.S. Cinnamon flavored butter. Yeah, I would say South America somewhere, but I'm not positive on that. You know, Hazel says Hawaii. I think Hazel, that they're more known for their is it brown sugar? Hold on a second. No, it is sugarcane. Was introduced to Hawaii by its first inhabitants in approximately 600 AD and was observed by Captain Cook upon arrival. One of the things I know about Hawaii, which I always thought was kind of fascinating, was that Dole used to be a very strong producer of pineapple in Hawaii, and then they got rid of their farms there, and so pineapple is not really produced there as much as it used to be. But it sounds like, I'm reading here, it looks like it's possible that they may have also reduced the sugar production in Hawaii as well. So maybe not as much as they used to. I don't know. Anyways, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk. And for crying out loud, go see a movie, because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, scoop, GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see what we on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, set the stage on stage. Main engine start. Main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell you. I can't play with you no more. I don't know how I'm gonna do what Mama told me. My friend, the boy next door. I can't believe what people saying. You gonna let your hair hang down. I'm satisfied to sit here working all day long. You're in the darker side of town. When I'm out, I see you walking. Why don't your eyes see me? Could it be you found another game to play? What did Mama say to me? That's the way, oh, that's the way it ought to be. Yeah, yeah. Mama said that's the way it ought to stay. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. And yesterday I saw you standing by the river. And weren't those tears that filled your eyes? And all the fish that lay in dirty water dying, had they got you hypnotized? Yesterday I saw you kissing tiny flowers, but all that lives is born to die. And so I say to you that nothing really matters, and all you do is stand and cry. About it when all your ears have turned away. But now's the time to look and look again at what you see. Is that the way it ought to stay? That's the way it ought to be. Oh, don't you know now? Mama said that's the way it's gonna stay. Yeah.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy